Welcome everybody to a brand new Blu-ray and DVD out and about video today, and this week sees a new killer doll with a hell of a lot of attitude in Megan, hitting store shelves along with Hollywood excess 1920s style in Babylon, the action thriller Plane, the drama thriller Missing, along with season 2 of Chucky, season 1 of Star Trek Strange New Worlds, along with a little 4K love for the 1981 fantasy film Dragon Slayer, and, oh, by the way, a little bit of Scream Factory love with a Blu-ray edition for the 1992 horror cult classic Dr. Giggles, and a 4K of the underrated horror mystery Dead Silence, plus much more. Let's go see the deals, exclusives, and we are at our first location, Walmart. So let's go in and see what they got. All right, everybody, we are in at Walmart, and oh, I'm feeling the physical media love. I hope you are, cause yeah, it's here this week. Oh, that's for damn sure. Let's dive in with, well, if we're gonna dive in with anybody, it might as well be one of the best heroes of them all. Batman, anybody? The doom that came to Gotham. The Blu-ray digital for $22.96. Some more DC animated love. Don't mind if I do. Oh, yes, baby. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and as I tell you every single time I see more DC animated love, damn do I love it, man. It is appointment viewing for me at this point, and I'm dead serious, man. And there was a time where I didn't even know this shit existed, and now I'm just fully dived in every single time I'm watching it. I want to see what the next iteration is, what type of storylines they're gonna do. I am fascinated with this stuff, man, and I know a lot of people are, dude. I mean, live action stuff isn't really doing it all that well, but the animated stuff, man, is killing it. So another one. Yes, please. Absolutely. And I was like, the doom that came to Gotham, what is this going to be, actually? So I was intrigued. On top of that, it is Batman, and Batman is very popular, so anything with the bats himself, you gotta be just a wee bit intrigued. Ooh, and I definitely was, man. Basically, this is an Elseworld story, a completely different universe, alternate reality iteration of Batman in the 1920s. And he comes back to Gotham after being away for such a long time, and there's this weird creature entity, something that's going to spell doom for Gotham. And Batman has to solve the ultimate puzzle of what's going on, who's involved, and hopefully defeat the dark arts that are involved. Oh, yes. I don't want to give too much away, but this is a really fantastic film. So many twists and turns that I never saw coming, misdirections, origin stories where I'm like, dude, I mean, I know it's not the original origin that we know of these characters, but it's so fascinating with the mysticism involved and the dark arts and Cthulhu. Yeah, I'm not even joking, dude. I was like, what the fuck? Batman and Cthulhu. Man, that's two things that I thought would never be matched together. But I'm kind of really happy it was, because it was so fantastical and so unique and so bizarre and nothing like I've ever seen Batman involved in. And it was so cool, man, and it was so quirky and odd and bizarre and a little bit bent that I couldn't really help but love it, man. It was just that good, dude. I mean, the animation is solid as always. I love the different characters. I love the different iterations of the characters, whether it's Ra's al Ghul or Mr. Freeze or the Penguin or Two-Face. I mean, so many great little Easter eggs for the fans and cool little origin bents that kind of make it worth it to dive into, something you've never really seen before. I like cool little Elseworld stories, cool little origins and misdirections for the characters that you've known and loved for all these years. Trust me, I love the original material so much, but I love when they do something different with it and change it up a bit, and this is definitely one of them. I mean, it's cool seeing it in the 1920s setting with the lack of modern technology, having to face some of these villains and some of these entities, but the fact that they do it in a very fascinating, twisty type of way really intrigued me, man. This was really solid. And I kind of like these stories, man. I kind of like them doing these Elseworld stories within this animated form, man. You can't always do it in live action, even though you wish you could. But you gotta pay all the actors and all the crazy CGI and special effects. But doing it in animated form, you could really take advantage of it in a big bad way and really mine all those really great storyline opportunities, man. And they do it in a big bad way. It is weird, it's odd, but it's incredibly fascinating and unique. Cool little bizarre take for Batman that I think, honestly, as an old school Batman lover, it's nice to see a little twist and turn every now and again. Batman definitely deserves to be reinvented every once in a while, and the Doom that came to Gotham definitely doesn't. Strap in, because it's going to be a bumpy ride with a plane, yeah. The 4K Blu-ray digital for $24.96, the Blu-ray digital for $19.96, and the DVD for $19.96. Wait a minute. So the Blu-ray and the DVD are the same price? And the 4K is only $5 more? Shit. Man, they definitely love their Gerard Butler, don't they? Oh, they truly do, man. You get a little bit of action spectacle bargain. That ain't half bad, man. That ain't half bad indeed, dude. Ooh, Gerard Butler, Mike Coulter. The crash was only the beginning. You don't say, man. Interesting, because I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I gotta admit, when I originally saw the trailers for Plane, I wasn't really all that impressed. It just felt kind of standard to me, average. It didn't really float my boat, didn't really get me going, so I'm like, shit, I can wait a while before watching this goddamn thing. But then again, there are moments where I do really like Gerard Butler at times, so I'm like, okay, maybe this is gonna be good, man. Possibly. I don't know, but it may be at least worth a watch, dude. And basically, it takes place on New Year's Eve. Gerard Butler plays this pilot. There's not many passengers on board. It's supposed to be just going from one location to another, fine. They can't get anybody else. He's the one that has to do the flight, right? Well, not only does he have to deal with a potential storm ahead while he's flying the plane, which could be a little iffy, but there's also a prisoner that's on board, who's up for murder. Oh, great, wonderful. If it can't get any more fucking complicated. Well, oh, by the way, the plane crashes. Well, it actually doesn't crash because Gerard Butler is actually one hell of a pilot, man. I can't say he's Sully, but he's pretty damn close, man. But the lightning strike ends up ruining the plane. The power goes down, communications, you name it. And they basically land in an area where no one wants to go. No law or authority whatsoever. It is run by militias and really, really shady motherfuckers out there, man. And so not only are they stranded, not only is rescue damn near impossible, they also have to deal with a lot of these militias and these groups that are going to take them hostage, not only kill them, but ask them for money. And yeah, it doesn't look good for this group, folks. It doesn't. So they literally have to fight their way to freedom, to survival, to rescue. And it's up to Gerard Butler and Mike Coulter to lead the way. God bless their ever-loving hearts, baby, because they got their hands full with this one, man. They really do. And as I said, I walked into this movie kind of skeptical, man. I just didn't really think it was going to be that good or entertaining. I was like, okay, it's probably going to be an hour and 40-ish change of a movie that's going to be kind of a time waster. It is what it is, right, man? But the more I was watching the movie, I gotta admit, god damn did I like this thing, dude. I'm serious. I thought this was actually really solid of a film. I thought the action was pretty good for what we got of it. I really like Gerard Butler in this movie. He's not trying to be the action hero that you know him from in previous years, man. I mean, yes, he does action when it's possible, but he's playing this average, everyday pilot just trying to get through life and see his kid and his family, and he's caught in the crosshairs of this. And I like the fact that this is just this guy who's fighting for his life, a no-nonsense dude that's caught in this whirlwind of a situation, and he just has to do his best to try to kick ass to the best of his ability. And I like that, man. It's a little more stripped down of an action version of a Gerard Butler movie, and I think it really works for this flick, man. And I really love Mike Coulter here being the counterpoint, being this criminal killer. You don't really know if you can trust him or not, but Gerard Butler doesn't really have any choice in the matter, which I really think is smart, and I like the back and forth between them. I think it's unique. I think it's interesting. I like the sense of dread with this film, the impending doom of this group of people that all you are to them is meat, a body, dollars. To them, you're nothing more than that, man. They will treat you like filth, like dirt. They will kill you like a dog on the streets, man. And I like the brutality of that, man. And I thought that it was really good. It was lean, mean, and it didn't overstay its welcome. It had a nice little runtime where you were intrigued, you liked the action, you liked the story, they get in, they get out, you're satisfied, you're entertained, and you're out the door, man. I liked this. I thought it was really good, man. I mean, I was expecting this to be sort of a bummer and kind of average, mundane little action flick that you'd see on TNT in 5 years. You still might see it on TNT in 5 years' time, but it is well worth exploring and watching, man. Way better than the trailers ever made it out to be, man. And I actually really liked it, dude. It was a solid little action flick that had action in the right moments, drama when it needed it, and a kick-ass Gerard Butler when it called for him to be the badass motherfucker that he needs to be. Oh, yeah, damn right it does, man. Not half bad little flick, man. Surprising? Yeah. For Gerard Butler, well, I can't always say he delivers the goods, but with Plane, he's a pilot that I definitely stick with. If you go missing, you better hope she's searching for your ass. Oh, you bet indeed. And Missing, the Blu-ray digital for $22.96, the DVD digital for $17.96. Ah, yes. Oh, one of those techno mystery thriller loves. Ah, yes, man. Now, I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I really wanted to, because I'm not going to lie, the trailers alone really intrigued the hell out of me, man. I really dug them in a big bad way. On top of that, it's from the minds behind Searching, and Searching was a really great movie, man. I loved that flick. So the fact this is kind of a spiritual counterpart sequel to that, I was like, man, I gotta check this out. I gotta see what twists and turns are in this bitch. And seriously, there is a lot of twists and turns in here, man. Things that you don't even see coming. I mean, basically, the movie's about June, and her mother and boyfriend go off on this trip, and June's not really worrying too much. She's like, okay, fine, Ma's up my ass, her boyfriend that I don't really care about. And so, yeah, they'll go on this trip, they'll come back, fine, whatever, no need to worry, right? Until she tries to pick them up from the airport, and oh, by the way, they're not there. They're gone. Where did they go? What happened to them? Why aren't they on the flight? Nobody ever contacted me. Until they've completely went missing, and she's got to figure out all the complicated situations that go with there. And quite honestly, I don't really want to give much more than that away with the film, because just know that and hit the ground running, because man, what twists and turns are in this thing, man. Wild stuff and theories that, and will have your brain going a mile a fucking minute, man. It's crazy. It truly is, man. I watched this with my girlfriend, and she had never seen Searching before, so she went into this not really knowing about that movie, but technically you don't really need to anyways. This movie stands on its own, and we're watching the movie, and we're coming up with theories. Like, we're like, okay, it could be this, it could be that, it could be aliens. And my girlfriend's like, you always think it's aliens. I know. Can't fault me for trying. Oh, man. And so it was just one crazy wild scenario after another, man. Once you thought it was one thing, then they changed it up and you're like, oh my god, it's this. And you're like, okay, if it's that, then it's got to be this thing. And then when that got disproven, you're like, dude, I don't know what the fuck's happening in this goddamn thing, dude. Your guess is as good as mine, man. It has so many wild turns, so many wild, unexpected moments that you will not see some of this shit coming, man. It is crazy, some of this stuff. But I got to admit, it was all really entertaining. And it was fun, and you really got into the mystery aspects to it. And I really like the fact that they go for the whole only seeing it through the eyes of the computer screen, of the technology itself, man. They did that with Searching, and they did it again with Missing, and I really like that aspect to it. It gives it a new, unique flavor that separates it from the rest of the familiar crowd, man, which I really dug, man. And I thought the acting was really good. Nia Long is really great here. I love Storm Reed really being this chick that's not only happy at one point that her parents are gone and frustrated with the whole situation with her mom and the issues that happened with her dad many, many years ago, but then becoming concerned and fearful and terrorized and sad and crazy and frustrated, and so many emotions that this chick has to go through, and she does a really great job, man. I really liked her in a lot of stuff she's done, especially Euphoria, and man, she hits it out of the park here as well, man. She's fantastic. I love the thrilling aspects to that stuff, that you're on the edge of your seat, man, and you're just anticipating what's going to happen next. I mean, there is points in this film where, I'm not going to lie, it does stretch believability like a motherfucker. Like, there is moments where you're like, oh, come on, man. I mean, that's really pushing it. All right? It does stretch the rubber band far enough where you kind of start questioning things, but not too far where it's gonna break, man. It does go really far in trying to push the believability aspect, but it's still really entertaining. You're on the edge of your seat, and I think at the end of the day, it's going to be one that you're entertained by. I don't know if I'd ever watch it again necessarily, but as a one-time watch, I was really happy that I did, because I was intrigued and I was fascinated and I was involved with the story and the characters, and that's really all I want at the end of the day, is a good mystery thriller yarn, and that's what I got out of it. Yeah, it's average mixed in with a few things that is sort of stand out-ish, but it does it really well, man. Perfect? No, but entertaining? Yeah. I'd say so. Tickle Me Elmo better watch out, because there's a new toy in town that every little girl's gonna want to play with. Oh, bet your ass in Megan. The Blu-ray DVD digital for $22.96. The DVD for $17.96. Oh, the latest, greatest, and deadliest. Oh, bet your ass, man. That's a face only a little girl would love. Because, honestly, if you get near the little girl and you don't got permission, man, Megan's gonna kill your ass. Friends till the end? Yeah, I'd say so. Oh, I would indeed, man. I got a chance to watch this in the movie theater with John, man. We wanted to see this. I mean, come on. The trailer was a viral sensation. Once everybody saw this chick dancing, they were like, what? Dude, my Alpha Doll never did that shit. Damn, man. Kids got it good these days. Oh, they really do. Oh, my Lord, man. And so it was a sensation. Everybody wanted to watch it. And so we were among the crowd, man. And I got to admit, I have a fascination with killer dolls, man. I love that type of genre, man. I mean, come on. Chucky and Annabelle alone are really great. And there's so many more. So I'm like, okay, I guess we can have room for another. Why not, man? So basically, it's about Katie, this little girl that gets into an accident with her parents. Tragedy strikes. She ends up living with her aunt. They're kind of estranged. They don't really know each other really well. She doesn't really know how to be a parent, and Katie is traumatized. But the aunt actually works in a children's toy division, and she's been developing this AI intelligence, something that the kids can learn and develop with, and the doll can develop with them. And Katie becomes sort of an experiment for her, sort of trial and error, so to speak. And thus we get Megan, the best children's toy that a kid can possibly have. Friends till the end. even if it means till death. Oh, and all of the crazy horror hijinks that happen from there, man. Ah, yes. Let me tell you something, man. This movie, dude, it is a trip, man. It really is. And I gotta say how much I love the Megan doll and all of the really great stuff that they do with it, because she looks kind of innocent. Actually, what am I talking about? Innocent? She looks really creepy as fuck. I mean, she really does. In fact, if you really look at her, she looks like one of the Olsen twins, man. And I'm like, God damn, dude. I mean, I thought the Olsen twins were creepy already, but Jesus, man, did we really have to get it in an AI doll robot form? It makes it even creepier, man. It really does, dude. But I love what they do with her, because she's so, like, vengeful and mean-spirited and matter-of-fact, man. And if you get in her way, if you tell her the wrong thing, something she does not want to hear, man, that bitch will cut your ass. She really will, dude. And try finding the off switch, because I guarantee you'll be buried 6 feet under before you ever find that fucking switch, man. God damn, man. I love what she does, man. And I love the fact that no one ever suspects Megan, of all things. Oh, it can never be the doll. Oh, the dog dies. Oh, the neighbor bites it. Ah, shit. Well, tragedy struck, I guess, but sweet Megan could never do that. Oh, how could a doll ever kill? Man, these people never see movies. Damn it, dude. If they only saw the movies, they'd know better. That's why I'll survive that shit. These people won't. But I bet you God, man, Megan ain't entering my fucking home. Bet your ass she won't, baby. I'll make damn sure of that one, man. But I just love how she looks very innocent and cutesy, but underneath she has this really mean, devious, dark streak to her, man. And I just love that shit. And I love how she dispatches people, and how matter-of-fact and sarcastic she can be, in sort of bitchy quality. I love it, man. I love her personality. I think it really shines through in this film. I love the kills that she does. I think they're brutal, I think they're fantastic, and I love her sort of personality that comes along with the kills, man, and some of the dialogue she has, dude. I think she's great. She's almost like a bitchy preteen, I would say, man. Just at that stage where they sort of talk back to you. But this one, if she talks back, maybe the last time you ever hear words coming out of your mouth or hers, because she'll make sure that you're 6 feet under before that ever fucking happens again, man. Oh, dude, seriously. She is so great in this movie, man. The best thing about this is the doll itself, is Megan. She's so fantastic, man. She is the highlight of this film in a big bad way, especially towards the end when she is just wrecking everybody in the building. Oh, and she's like dancing and having a good time killing folks. Man, that is a highlight for sure, dude. But I kind of feel like everything around her is not bad. It's okay. It has its moments. I mean, see, I like the child-aunt dynamic, but I don't think they really explored it well enough. There wasn't enough chemistry there. I didn't really buy into it. And I kind of felt like it brought the movie down a little bit. I mean, the Megan hilarity and the craziness is fantastic, but I kind of felt like the family dynamic was a little lukewarm. It didn't quite work for me, man. And I kind of felt like once we got to the major crazy Megan fiasco and all the chaos, it was just a little too late. Me and John were basically being like, dude, this would be really great had they done the Megan craziness a little bit earlier. I think it would have been a little bit more exciting. Once you get it, you really get it, man, and it ramps up like a motherfucker. But it kind of takes a little bit too much time getting there. But when you do get the moments of the deadliness of Megan, like with that teen boy, when she like fucking pulls his fucking ear and chasing after him, like that's some terrorizing shit, man. But it is kind of few and far between. I know we got to develop the characters, and I know we got to develop the relationship between the little girl and the aunt and Megan and the trio dynamic there. I get it, but it didn't 100% work, and especially when the little girl is yelling and moaning and bitching and complaining, it kind of grated on me, kind of got on my nerves a little bit. I mean, I get why they did it, because obviously she's escaping reality and the tragedy that happened, and Megan is a way to escape from that, and how she's really investing her time into Megan and how it's really become unhealthy and toxic. And I like that aspect to it. I just didn't think it 100% worked. There's moments where the movie really shines and really fucking outperforms and is fucking awesome with Megan. And then there's other moments where I kind of felt it kind of meandered around a bit. It's still really a solid horror flick. I still really like the killer doll chaos. Could it have been a little bit better? Yeah, but is it still solid? Absolutely, man. Megan is a star in the making. There is no doubt about that. The movie has its moments, but as far as killer dolls are concerned, this bitch is one deadly ass doll. Before Kirk, there was Pike in Strange New Worlds Season 1, baby, for $34.96, the Blu-ray and the DVD for $29.96. All that Star Trek love. Oh, you bet your ass, baby. Look at that. Ah, man, these are the adventures of the USS Enterprise. Oh, you bet your ass it is, baby. Woo, man, Star Trek love. Coming on physical. You got to love it, baby. And I did, because I watched it on Paramount Plus. Yes, I actually got yet another streaming subscription. Well, I wanted to watch certain things, my girlfriend wanted to watch other things, so we're kind of splitting it. One month I'll pay for it, the other month she'll pay for it, and we're kind of going back and forth, right? And Lord knows there has been so much Star Trek love that I've been missing, so I gotta catch up, man. I really do, dude. It's no lie, dude. I really gotta catch up on that shit in a big bad way, dude. But everybody who has been talking about Star Trek as of recent has praised Strange New Worlds. I mean, seriously, we could go on major rants about the missteps of Star Trek. We could talk about Discovery. We could talk about the failures of the previous seasons of Picard. Oh my God, we could go on and frickin' on, man. It's insane how much things have not been great for Trek. I mean, yeah, it's brought in new crowds, but it hasn't exactly been something everybody has been praising, except for Strange New Worlds, man. And so I saw all the praise, I saw all the love, and I realized I gotta give this a chance, man. I really did. And man, I'm just gonna be honest, I loved Strange New Worlds, man. I really did. God, it was such a breath of fresh air, man. It seriously was. I really dug the hell out of this, man. I mean, basically, it is just the adventures of the USS Enterprise and the crew before Kirk came in, man. It's basically Christopher Pike and Christopher Pike's command of the Enterprise and all of the political Enterprise hijinks that goes on from there, man, about going to these other planets and meeting these races and all of the story complications that go along with it. I mean, it is really fun. It's incredibly entertaining. There's some really great dramatic moments to it. It's got a lot going for it, man, and it felt old school, man. I love the costumes, I love the set dressing, I love seeing a young Spock, a young Uhura, you name it, man. Such really great characters that you get to explore them and their situations before Kirk ever becomes involved. I love the character of Pike and his storyline and how he can potentially see the future, perhaps his death even. Like, oh man, the fate of what he will become. I love that, and how he's trying to prevent that from happening and how his destiny is getting closer. I love it, dude. I thought this was a phenomenal show, man. It really brought me back to old school Trek, but in a new school type of flavor. I love the action. I love the creatures. I love the effects. Man, the alien races, it was so well done, man. This is how Trek is supposed to be, man. It really is. I had a ball with this. Yeah, there was some not great moments here and there, but that's going to be with any season of Trek. There's going to be moments where you like it a little bit less than other moments, but for the most part, man, this was a spot-on series that really highlights the best of Star Trek, old school Trek, and man, was it wonderful to watch, dude. I love the actors here, and I love the storylines and the situations, and this was, for me, as an old school Trek fan, it made me very, very happy. Had a huge smile on my face, man. I have been waiting for some really great track, and Strange New Worlds absolutely delivers. Maybe a little too late, but damn, man, patience pays off. And let's hope there's more, because I definitely need more adventures with this crew. Cinema gone crazy in Babylon. Oh my god, man, talk about one hell of an experience. Jeez, the Blu-ray digital for $22.96, the DVD for $19.96, and oh my lord, do I have to talk about this fucking movie. Wow, dude. Okay, I had seen the trailers. It looked so wild and insane and just one hell of an entertaining time. Then the movie came out and everybody was talking about the movie, man, how this is one hell of a hodgepodge of all things, all at once, all over the place. It doesn't make a lick of fucking sense, man. I mean, it's ambitious, but it's ambitious to the point of kind of meaningless. And I'm like, wow, really? This thing was supposed to be an Oscar contender. It was supposed to be a big award season darling, and it fell flat on its face, man. Not only with the critics and viewers, but also in the box office, man. It really fell hugely flat on its face in a big bad way, man. So I'm like, I don't know, should I watch the movie in the theater or hold off? And I decided to hold off, man. I eventually ended up watching this on Peacock, I think it was, man. And I wanted to watch it simply because, dude, it just looked fascinating as hell to me. And I needed to know what was all of the craziness people were talking about with this movie. What was all the hype? I mean, was it deserved? Was it not? Everybody had such strong opinions about this movie one way or another. I mean, you really either love this movie or, frankly, man, you downright hate this bitch. I mean, damn, dude, there's no two ways about it. And so I wanted to see what my opinion ultimately would be, man. And at the end of the day, I gotta admit, man, this is a mess. This is a hot, complicated mess of a film, man. And I can't quite say I liked it, but at the same time, I can't quite say I hated it, and it's an experience that I'm definitely never gonna forget, man. I mean, basically, this movie is about 1920s Hollywood, and the exuberance of it, and the excitement around it, and the adventures of it, and how the once glorious party slowly dies with the invention of talkies. Ah, God, those damn talkies. If they'd only stayed away, the party would have just continued. I don't know about that, but, well, I don't know if I wanted the party to continue, because I'm not gonna lie, man, this party was really fucked up. Holy hell, dude. I mean, let me just say this. The first 5 minutes of this movie, okay, there's an elephant that is literally shitting on people, diuretic shitting on people. I'm not even gonna lie, man. And it's not just a little bit of shit. You literally see the elephant's asshole gaping while the shit is coming out and hitting them in the face, okay? And I'm like, all right, I didn't see that one coming. And then on top of that, you think, oh, it's not gonna get any crazier, man. And then while the party is going on in a separate room, this chick, prostitute, actress, who the fuck knows, she's literally taking a hot piss all over this extremely gross and obese fat dude. All right, she is literally doing water sports all over his body, on his face, and he's just like, yes, give me more. And I'm like, oh my god, man. And you see it all, man. You see her beaver, you see her pissing out of it, and I'm like, oh my god. And mind you, I'm watching this with my girlfriend, okay? She literally looks over to me after seeing the shit and the piss. She literally is like disgusted looking at me. She's like, this is what you watch? And I'm like, I didn't know this was gonna happen, I swear. I swear, you gotta believe me, sweetheart. I don't know this was gonna happen. Oh, ignorance is bliss, I guess. Oh, man, I don't know. Oh, God. I was like hanging my head in shame like a motherfucker. It was really bad, dude. And so I'm thinking to myself, this is the craziest, wildest party, man. I mean, literally, people fucking in the background. and, you know, drugs being inhaled, people pissing on one another, elephants coming in and out of the room, wild dancing like they're in a cult or some shit. Like, it's fucking insanity. And then they end up getting a little bit of sleep, and then suddenly they start filming a bunch of moving images for the silent pictures that they're making, man. And it's just a hodgepodge of craziness of trying to get the perfect shot and getting all of these angles and all the complications of the craziness that is going on of trying to get the dialogue right and certain shots and certain acting poses and maneuvers and the right imagery and people revolting, and it's like a fucking madhouse, man. It's like a mad world on fucking steroids, dude. And once that happens, I'm like, dude, what is this movie about? Is it just people having a party and indulging themselves for like 3 fucking hours? Is that what this movie's gonna be? And it kind of is. I mean, for the first half of the movie, it's just a barrage of craziness and everybody just either indulging themselves in the biggest, baddest way with parties and alcohol and drugs and sex, and then trying to make a movie and then going back to partying and drugs and sex and back to trying to film again, and the complications of being a star in Hollywood, and then more drugs and sex and madness, and it just goes on and on and on. And finally, halfway through the movie, there's actually some semblance of a plot. The idea of this guy who has a lot of ambition to be more than what he is, who really loves this girl played by Margot Robbie, but she can't really see it. He's not really confident enough, but he wants to be in Hollywood. He wants to make moving pictures. Eventually, he gets into the studio system and he becomes one of the elites in Hollywood, and you know, the blockbusters and studio and Hollywood politics and the complications of the rise and fall of success, fame, ambition rolled all into one, man. However, dude, to get there is a fucking crazy, wild, insane ride, man, of just incredibly amount of yelling and shouting and screaming and so many fuck this and fuck that and fuck you and fuck this person and fuck that person and all kinds of drugs and alcohol and death and partying and bowel movements. And I was just stunned at the end of watching this movie, and I don't know what to say, dude. I mean, it's just all over the place, man. It's everything and nothing all at the same time, and it's just wild to me, dude. And the idea that this is 3 hours long, man. It's 4 minutes shy of Avatar: The Way of Water. I ain't lying, dude. And I kept asking myself, why did it have to be this long? What was the ultimate point of this movie? I mean, I like Damien Chazelle as a director, but man, he really just went way out there with this film. I mean, is it supposed to be a movie about the good old days of the 1920s? Maybe, but were they really doing this in the 1920s? I mean, were they really having this much fun now, back in the day? I mean, if they were, dude, it makes the remake to House Party look like grandmother's knitting. I mean, shit. God damn, dude. Oh, hell, man. I mean, those were the days, I guess. Or is this supposed to be an appreciation of the golden age of silent cinema and the demise of it? Okay, I guess it is, but they don't really focus on it enough to really appreciate it. There is that too. Or is it just for the love of movies? They kind of do that tie-in at the end of the film where it kind of shows off cinema and the progression of cinema over the years, from the silent images to silent cinema to the talkies to where cinema ultimately is now. I mean, is it that? Okay, it might be, but they really only did that at the end of the movie. What about the rest of the fucking film, dude? I don't know, man. This is just wild and batshit insane, and it is all over the place. I mean, I gotta give Brad Pitt credit and Margot Robbie because they're really going for it, man. I mean, they are really good in the movie, and they're really having a fun time with this flick. but they're just having a ball with the insanity that's going on here, especially Margot Robbie, man. She is fucking acting her heart out. She is like a wild child in this film, and she's phenomenal. But the film ultimately kind of lets both of them down, man. I mean, everybody's great here. I mean, Gene Smart is fantastic, and Diego Calva, who plays the main character, even though his story really only starts about halfway through the fucking movie. It is just crazy with the amount of cameos and the storylines that just go in and out and just be forgotten in a blink of an eye. I mean, Tobey Maguire is in this fucking thing towards the end of the movie playing this really twisted mob boss. Why is he here? What's the point of his character? Well, honestly, there's really no point at all. They just put him in here for the sake of putting him in here, because why the fuck not? I mean, we're throwing everything else in this goddamn thing. Why not the kitchen sink and Tobey Maguire while we're at it? I mean, damn, dude, it's just a fucking hodgepodge of ideas and Hollywood madness rolled into one. I mean, it's hard to describe this film. You really just have to experience it. But I'd almost say it's not worth it, because I think you're just going to sit there scratching your head like, dude, somebody gave this person money to make this? I mean, I like a good party movie, but I know what a party movie is at the end of the day, man. I know what they're trying to accomplish with a party movie. This is just batshit insane and crazy just for the sake of being batshit crazy and insane. There's really not much more to it other than that. I mean, yeah, I enjoyed seeing everybody indulge themselves in the parties and the drugs and the alcohol and the 1920s culture. Yeah, that was kind of cool, but outside of that, what else really is there with this film? And it doesn't have much to say about cinema. It doesn't really have much to say about the love of movies. I guess it kind of does a little bit for the good old days of the 1920s silent era cinema, but there's other movies that do it a hell of a lot better and get that point across. Babylon doesn't really pull it off, man. Shit, I mean, it's 3 hours of a crazy, wild excess of nuttiness that leads to pretty much nothing. And yeah, I like the message of loving movies and the appreciation of them, and the golden age and how it's developed over the years, and stars coming and going, and, you know, cinema continuing and living on past the expiration date of some of these actors. Yeah, I appreciate that, but ultimately there's other movies that, again, do that better too. I don't know, man. Babylon is just fucking crazy, insane, ridiculous. I'm glad I watched it. I'm just still kind of wondering what's the point of all of it is. They just don't make movies like Babylon anymore, and I guess for that reason alone, I kind of have to appreciate it, because movies like this are a dime a dozen, man. They don't make shit like this no more, and there's kind of a reason why, because, yeah, kind of cool to get away with it back in the day, but now, well, yeah, people are just kind of baffled by the shit, and so am I. Babylon is a unique experience, that's for damn sure. Meaningful? I don't know about that one, guys. Let's put it this way. If I was a psychologist and I had to analyze this movie, I think I'd end up leaving more fucked up than when I came into it. Alright? Oh, God. Babylon is one hell of an interesting moment in cinema, and one that you won't forget anytime soon. Whether that's a good experience or bad, that's up to your mileage, but man, you ain't never seen anything like this. That's for damn sure. A Parent's Love is truly unequaled in The Son. The DVD for $14.96. Ah, yeah, some indie drama goodness, baby. Ooh, this one is definitely hard-hitting, man. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I gotta admit, I didn't really know what I was walking myself into. I knew that it was a drama about the struggles between a son and his family, but outside of that, I gotta admit to you, I didn't really know much else beyond it. I knew about Hugh Jackman being in it, and Laura Dern, and Anthony Hopkins, some really great talent involved, so I'm like, okay, the talent's there. It could be a good movie based on the story. I'm gonna give it a go. And basically, this movie is about Peter, played by Hugh Jackman. And he is trying to be a loving father and a successful businessman, but he's kind of splitting his time because he has a new wife, a new baby, a new family. His old family, obviously, there was a divorce and the split up was kind of rough, and the son is 17 years old and he's having struggles and issues and dilemmas, and the ex-wife is like, look, something's wrong here. It's not right. He's scaring me, and I fear he's gonna harm himself really badly. Something terrible could potentially happen. You need to get back into his life. You need to really be an influence on him at this point. It's vitally important, and Hugh Jackman, his character Peter, does. He puts aside a lot of things in his life to try to be a part of this child, and the struggles and the difficulties and the complications and the dilemmas and the heartache that happens with this movie. My God, man. This film is an emotional roller coaster. It truly is. There's so much going on, and it's so multi-layered and so well done. I was put through the emotional ringer just dealing with the family dynamic and the unpredictability of this teenager that you didn't know where he was going to go next with his mood swings, what lie he was going to tell next, whether he was truly absolutely being honest with them or creating another deceptive lie and just passing it off as the truth. And you didn't know where the lie started and the truth began. You didn't know what was really going on in this kid's mind and his heart, what this kid was truly dealing with, the struggles from moment to moment he was going through. Is it a chemical imbalance? Is it something going on like depression? Is it truly the father's fault? Is he really to blame for this kid being messed up, or was it always there in the first place and this was just the trigger of it? I mean, there's so many ways to look at this film, and it's so brilliantly done. I was just blown away by it, and it really got to me. It truly did, man. There was no doubt. It is really, in all honesty, that good, man. It seriously was. And it's from the same guy that did The Father with Anthony Hopkins, which, by the way, is an amazing movie, man. That's another one of just seeing this guy who is just losing his mental state and, you know, turning into someone that he's not, and the emotional roller coaster that this only child has to deal with her father, and how dementia is really starting to take over his life, and how he doesn't even recognize her and argues with her and thinks she's just another person off the street, and the heartache and the heartbreak of that, man. I mean, it was so emotionally wrecking to me, man. And this is the same thing of seeing this father who's trying to do his best in the face of all these difficulties, and still it's just not enough, man. And look, I'm not gonna lie to you guys, I've had friends, loved ones that have went through this and have had mood swings and had changes in their personality at the drop of a hat, man. And you just sit there and you say to yourself, I can't help them. No matter what I try to do, no matter how much help I am, no matter who I call, it's just never enough. And that just emotionally drains you. And hell, I've even been there. I've had moments where I've been really depressed and I've changed, and life and its situations and some of the dilemmas that I've had to deal with just crush me under the weight of it, and I don't know what I can do. And so this movie really was an absolute eye-opener. It was tough to watch. It wasn't easy, but the storytelling was fantastic. The directing was amazing. The acting is astounding. Hugh motherfucking Jackson, dude. This guy is the real motherfucking deal, man. And I know that these are not the type of movies that you think of with Hugh Jackman, right? I mean, when you think of Hugh Jackman, you think motherfucking Wolverine, bitch. Like, that's what you think of, man. You don't really think of these heartfelt dramas, but dude, he is so good in everything he's in, man. He gives it his all 100%, whether he's doing a play where he's singing his heart out like The Music Man or something like this, man. He truly gives it every ounce of effort, and man, he pulls it off. Laura Dern is fantastic. Anthony Hopkins is excellently amazing in the small role that he has as well. Everybody does a great job executing this story, and it really feels that this movie comes from the heart. The director really wanted to have this emotional and traumatic tale, and man, it comes through in a big bad way. And I'm kind of shocked that this didn't get any kind of really great Academy Award love, or even mostly award love anyways. I mean, Hugh Jackman got a little bit of love here and there, but man, this movie deserved a hell of a lot more praise than it actually got, man. There are certain movies that people were praising as this Oscar buzzworthy thing, like Babylon. And man, honestly, Babylon had its moments, don't get me wrong, but this is so much more of a satisfying journey of a movie, and so heartbreaking. I mean, even the ending, dude, crushed me. I was like, oh my god, there's so much hope, and then, damn, like, seriously, it really just punched me in the gut, but in the most satisfying way possible. It really did, man. This is a phenomenal movie, and it's almost 2 hours long, but it never felt like 2 hours. You know, I've seen a lot of these dramas where they feel overly long and complicated and drawn out, and by the time you finish the movie, you're like, dude, I'm done with this shit, man. Like, this should have been over like a fucking half hour ago. But I gotta admit, this movie kept me intrigued, it kept me entertained, I was invested in the story and the characters, and I wanted to see where their journey was gonna go next, man. I never felt shortchanged, I never felt like it was overly long, or that I was bored. Sometimes with these dramas, you could be bored in a heartbeat, and I wasn't, man, not at all. And I really loved this movie, man. It really is a solid drama, and if you like these type of movies, and look, I recognize it's not for everybody, it's not everybody's jam, and sometimes it's not even my jam, but this movie was really satisfying, and yes, it definitely manipulates your emotions in a big bad way, but it's meant to, man. This is real life issues brought to the screen in a very compelling drama. And look, sometimes in order to deal with issues, we need to sometimes deal with them head on, and a movie is a great way to do it, and The Son absolutely delivers, man. This is the type of drama that I love, man. Ooh, it's definitely hard-hitting. Get ready, have tissues, make sure that they're on hand in a big bad way, a couple boxes even, because you're gonna need it, because The Son is one emotionally satisfying journey that is going to wreck your heart.
I need you to pray to the Lord. I need you to pray with all your heart and your passion, because if you don't, you will be left behind. Oh, yes, left behind. Rise of the Antichrist. Huh. I like the sound of that. Oh, you bet your ass I do. The DVD for $12.96. The Blu-ray for... well, the Blu-ray doesn't actually have a price. Crazy enough. Well, I guess it's free. That's what happens when you pray. You get free things, folks. You know it. Jeez, I only wish that was true. Shit, I'd pray more. Oh, man. Kevin Sorbo, Neil McDonough, Corbin Burnson, the dentist himself. Man, he found religion too? Shit. Oh, what the hell is this about, man? 6 months after millions of people disappeared to the rapture, the world is just beginning to recover. So when a so-called expert claims that a second wave of vanishings is imminent, oh shit. News anchor Cameron Buck sets out to disprove her theory. On a parallel journey, Ray tries to convince his daughter that his wife's disappearance was in fact a rapture. In a world where biblical truth is censored and vilified, he's desperate for answers. As their paths begin to converge, Buck soon realizes that the story is much bigger than he could have imagined. There are indeed living in the end times prophesied in the Bible, and facing the rise of the power of the evilest and most dangerous human being in history, the Antichrist. Oh, well. Ooh, it's based on a true story that hasn't happened yet. I like that. I like how they did that, dude. It will happen eventually, and when it does, this movie will be proven right. Oh, yes, in the eyes of God and all of its followers. God bless us all. Yeah, sure, whatever, man. Oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, man, you know, look, I don't really like these type of movies because it's just religion being just force-fed down your fucking throat, man. And I like things a little bit more subtle, not hit you over the head type of stuff. That's not my jam, man. I mean, I will be honest, religious cinema is a huge cash cow, man. Billions of dollars that are made from it every single year, man. And so I can see why it's a hot property, it's a hot commodity. People really like that stuff. So I get it. I don't blame people for making it. It's just not my thing, man. But damn. I mean, there's a lot of really great people in here. I mean, I love Neil McDonough. He's really great. Didn't think I'd see him in this type of religious movie. I certainly didn't think I'd see Corbin Burnson in here, but I guess he's kind of doing more of that stuff too. I mean, Kevin Sorbo has definitely become very religious. He's doing a lot of these religious straight-to-DVD movies as well. I mean, man, I think more people are just coming to it. I think even like Wahlberg is starting to do more of those, man. I mean, damn, dude, everybody's kind of going religious. Kind of making me question whether I should. Now, hold off on that theory, folks. I've done a lot of bad deeds in my time, so I'm going to have to pray like a motherfucker to even get some sort of penance. And that's going to take a long-ass time, man. How much time you got? Ah, shit. Well, that's for damn sure, man. I don't know, man. I mean, it might be good. It might be interesting for all you religious fans out there, fanatics. Maybe it's your jam. But it's certainly not mine. Not anytime soon, man. I love these actors. I'll always love Conan the motherfucking Barbarian. I'll always love The Dentist. And Neil McDonough, man, made a tasty meal in Ravenous. But as far as their love of God, yeah, that's where we split ways. Kind of does, man. But hey, I'm sure it's good. I'm sure it's a really fine motion picture. Let me know, because I ain't going to be watching it. Just saying, man. I certainly am not. But hey, if it's your jam, $12.96. And if you pray enough, it could be free. Oh, I bet your ass it is. Not bad for the Walmart new release love. My God, they killing it this week. Whew, so good, baby. But is there anything else? Guess we just have to go searching, huh? And it looks like the searching paid off, didn't it? Oh, you bet your ass it did. Because, look, Megan, you are part of the new school. But one rule you gotta remember. A hard fact truth. That you never, and I mean ever, fuck with the OGs, like Chucky, baby, Season 2 of the DVD for 1996, yes. All of the wonderful Chucky killer doll madness in one package. Can you handle it? Oh, bet your ass like it. What the fuck? God damn, are you serious? Shit, man. I really gotta put down the fucking Haagen-Dazs and the Reese's peanut butter cups because, damn, if a killer doll can have a six-pack, I'm really fucked. Oh, shit. God damn, man. Oh, the Chucky love. Oh, how I miss my Chucky. Oh, friends till the end? Abso-fucking-lutely. Dude, I love Chucky. I love the whole entire Chucky movie series. He is one of my favorite movie killers of all time. He truly is, man. I put him high on the list, man. Higher than even Michael motherfucking Myers. And that's saying something, okay? That really is, dude. And when season 1 came out, when that happened, I was a little apprehensive about it. I was like, okay, they're taking the movie series and they're turning it into a TV show. How many times has that really actually worked? And, well, you can count on one hand how many times it's worked. Not many, okay? And so I was like, man, I don't know if this is gonna be good. And after watching all of season 1, dude, I was thoroughly impressed. I was like, oh my God, this is really good. I mean, really fucking good, man. I like the effects. I like the kills. I can definitely get into the characters and the storylines. And man, I loved it. And I wasn't the only one. A lot of people really loved it. Dude, everybody was fucking surprised. I think a lot of people went into it just thinking it wasn't going to be that great and really coming away just absolutely floored how good this thing was. And so when they said they were doing a season 2, I'm like, okay, man, I'm on board, dude. I was apprehensive about season 1, but I'm totally in for season 2, okay? And I got a chance to watch the show on Amazon Prime, all the episodes, and I got to admit, man, It's just as good. Oh, it is, man. I'm serious. Okay, maybe not entirely as good as season 1, all things considered, because season 1 really was a surprise, man. Nobody saw that shit coming. And this time around, there was a little bit of anticipation. It didn't 100% deliver exactly like the first season did, but I still think it's a really worthy ride and a really great second season for this series, man. A great continuation of the Chucky continuity, the storylines, the characters, the great kills, adding to the body count. Oh, man. Damn glad that he is, baby, because it's totally worth it. I mean, let's be real for a second, guys. How many of these horror icons, these great horror characters, are still continuing the same storylines and the same characters after all of these decades? I can give you a hint. Nobody, okay? Chucky is the originator, man. He is the one that is still surviving after all of these years, man. And there's something really genuine and really great and inspiring to still see this great character that is still bringing back all of these great through lines and all of these great legacy characters year after year, man, and still making it fresh and unique and giving it a new spin. Ain't nobody doing that shit, and Chucky is, and you've got to appreciate that, man. And I love the idea of the kids who survived from the first season are back in this one, still being hunted by Chucky, but now they've been put in this Christian boarding school and they got to deal with the religious aspects and also Chucky at the same time stalking them and trying to kill them. I love that stuff. I love the whole complications with Tiffany, who's posing as Jennifer Tilly and still keeping Nika under her wing. Nika trying to sneak around and kill her, which is a little difficult considering she doesn't have arms and legs, but well, once she figures that out, yeah, she'll totally get her, man. And I just love everything about this show. And the cheer-worthy moments, whether it's the really great cool kills or it's Chucky's dialogue and how he doesn't give a fuck, or the way the show really makes a meal out of these characters and the humorous situations and the cheeky, funny, sarcastic, in-your-face dialogue. Like, I love that shit, man. And how they're referencing a lot of other horror franchises and sort of taking the piss out of themselves at the same time. Like, I love this stuff, man. And I think Chucky really proves that you can really do a great, entertaining series and still maintain continuity and still make it unique and interesting and entertaining, but also absolutely ridiculous and over the top at the same time. And they do an excellent job at it, man. I mean, even bringing back Glenn and Glenda, man, from Seed of Chucky, that takes balls, okay, man, bringing those characters back. And I thought they did a brilliant aspect with those characters. I love their storyline. The blood and the gore is absolutely excellent. Oh, it is all on the screen, baby. I love the puppetry with Chucky, the Tiffany doll. Oh, man, seeing Andy Barclay, and it's so good, man. Damn. I just love this, and it puts a smile on my face every episode that I see. It truly is absolutely wonderful. And seeing them still playing in the Chucky sandbox, the Child's Play world, it just gives me the biggest grin of all time, man. And I just love the surprises and the twists and turns. And for me, man, just getting back into that world of horror with this character means the world to me. I've loved this series so much for so many years, and I've been such a fan, and to see it still continue warms my heart, man. And I can't wait for whatever happens with Chucky next, because I will be there watching with anticipation, because Charles Lee Ray has my respect, because if he didn't, I'd be terrified he'd come after my ass. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. It's still good, it's still worthy, it's still all the Chucky love that you admire and appreciate, just in TV show form. And to transform a movie series into a TV show, that is no easy feat. And Don Mancini proves that he's got more ideas up his sleeve, and I can't wait to see what's next. Oh, bet your ass I don't, man. I cannot wait, dude. So awesome to see the Chucky love on display. Pretty damn sweet indeed, man. I mean, you've got the Chucky love that's always appreciated, but I guess some interesting Julia Roberts goodness too, with Gaslit, the complete limited series for 1996. What is this? Sean Penn. Ooh, Watergate. Watergate was wrong. Martha was right. Oh, do tell, baby. Oh, about the Watergate scandal? I'm kind of intrigued, dude. I'm not gonna lie, man. Based on Slate's Slow Burn podcast, Gaslit is a modern take on the Watergate scandal through the long neglected lens of the lesser known but no less key players involved in the downfall of America's 37th president, from Nixon's bumbling opportunistic subordinates to the deranged zealots aiding and abetting their crimes, to the tragic whistleblowers who would eventually bring the whole rotten enterprise crashing to the ground. Dude, is that Sean Penn? Oh my god, man. Dude, he's fucking unrecognizable in this role. Holy shit. I didn't even recognize the guy. Wow, man. Nice. A little bit of Watergate scandal goodness. Dude, I love the Watergate scandal. Well, okay, I don't want to say I love the Watergate scandal. I'm fascinated by the Watergate scandal. All of the complications of it and the stupidity and all the deception. It's so interesting how it all went down and all the players that are involved in it. And there's some really interesting movies that have dived into it. I love Nixon. I think that's a fantastic Oliver Stone movie. I love Anthony Hopkins playing the president. And they do have an interesting spin on the whole Watergate stuff. I mean, even the movie JFK really does an interesting take on it as well, man. There's so many movies that do that, man. And I just love the true story aspect. And I always love the different angles of a true story, right? Because you show it from the main players, but then there's everybody else involved that kind of gets left behind and forgotten. And it's movies like this that kind of open that perspective up a little bit more, which I definitely appreciate. Not bad, dude. It's been a long time since I've seen Julia Roberts do something really good. I mean, yeah, I saw her in Ticket to Paradise, but yeah, that movie is shit. All right. I mean, I'd like to see her do something really good where she actually, showcases her acting talent. I mean, Sean Penn is always solid no matter what he does. So this is an interesting limited series, man. I'm intrigued by the Watergate scandal stuff. Seeing Julia Roberts maybe showcase her acting talent once in a while is not bad either. I could definitely give this one a look. Interesting. I'm gonna have to see if this is streaming or not. Never heard of Gaslit, but kind of up my alley, not gonna lie, man. A little bit of scandal love, gets me intrigued. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. Not bad. Pretty solid indeed, dude. Not too shabby. Very interesting. I mean, you've got the Chucky love, you've got Watergate scandal goodness, and Police Academy spectacular. Oh, come on, man. Because last time I showed off the John Wick stuff, which was really cool, no lie, but I don't think I saw this, and if I did, I totally neglected it, man. What the fuck is my problem? Oh, dude, Police Academy, the 7-film collection. Dude, for $14.96, that is an amazing fucking deal for 7 films, man. Dude, I love the Police Academy movies so much. You have no idea how much I love that shit, man. Damn, dude, I grew up with that shit, man. That was like a staple on the VHS days, dude. I love that stuff, man. Steve Guttenberg was like my hero. He was so good, man. Tackleberry and everybody else. Oh, God, I love that shit. These are great films, man. They're comedy gold. I mean, has they aged really well? Probably not. Maybe they haven't aged the best. I'll be fair, dude. But that being said, man, I don't give a shit about that. They're still funny as hell, man. I love the characters here and the comedy and the weird, ridiculous situations. Police Academy 2, 3, 4, 5, Assignment Miami Beach, Police Academy 6, City Under Siege. Okay, the one thing I don't like, okay? The only film I don't like in this set is the Mission to Moscow one. I don't really like that. That's not a really good movie, dude, but I love all the other ones, and I know some people don't like Assignment Miami Beach, and some don't like City Under Siege. I actually really like those movies, dude. I don't know, like, I didn't have high expectations for the franchise going at that point, and so they kind of surprised me. I thought it was funny and quirky. Yeah, Guttenberg isn't there, but I still appreciated him. I thought there was some good laughs in there, man. I mean, the earlier films are much better, to be fair, but this is a great set, man. Oh, God. This is an awesome set. I'm kind of waiting for a really great Blu-ray set edition of all the films. But, I mean, come on. Can you really beat a great Slippy version DVD set of all of the movies for $15? That is pretty goddamn solid, dude. If you have never dived into the Police Academy movies and you are a comedy lover, what are you doing with your life, man? You got to check this shit out, dude. And if you haven't revisited them in a while like me, maybe it's time to, dude. Hey, we live in some really complicated, scary times, folks, and to have a good laugh ain't half bad. And Police Academy will definitely do the trick. Oh, that is so cool, man. Seeing this brings back a hell of a lot of good VHS memories, that's for damn sure. Oh, so awesome indeed. Police Academy love, I gotta tell ya, there ain't nothing like it.
Are you ready for some deadly, uninspired action? I guess I am with The Weapon. Oh, God, for $12.96. Oh, Lord, what the hell do we got here, man? Oh, the great Cuba Gooding Jr., Sean Patrick Flannery, Bruce Dern. Great. Don't get in his sights, because you may just regret it by watching this fucking movie. Oh, hell. Oh, God, something tells me this ain't gonna end well. Guns are optional. Justice is essential. And somebody better get justice for your time wasted while watching this flick. What do we got? Oscar winner Cuba Gooding Jr. Is it so weird that he's an Oscar winner and, man, he's making shit like this? Oh, man, how the mighty have truly fucking fallen. That's for goddamn sure, man. Sean Patrick Flannery, Jack Casey, highlight this bone-crunching action thriller. Tony Sheena is Dallas, a one-man killing machine on a mysterious rampage. His attacks on biker gangs and meth labs anger the Vegas mob boss who's holding Dallas's girlfriend hostage. Oh, shit. But who is Dallas working for? Even torture didn't make him talk. And he won't stop until justice is served. Yes. Oh my God. Bruce Dern, of course, is in this as well. And he's an Academy Award winning nominee. Fucking hell, dude. Man. I mean, I know people need work, but, man, elevate yourself just a little bit, please. Fucking hell, dude. I have seen some actors go down the way of shitty straight to DVD route. Emil Hirsch, anybody? My God, man. I'm still having PTSD from watching some of his shit. Oh, I really am, dude. So, yet another one. But I didn't watch this. Not at all, man. I just didn't really have the stomach to watch another straight-to-DVD action flick, if I can help it, man. And this is another one I didn't want to. Look, I like Sean Patrick Flannery, and at moments, he's actually really good. There is some straight-to-DVD movies that he's done, which I actually kind of like, dude. And of course, come on. I will always really love The Boondock Saints, dude. I mean, seriously, that's a kick-ass movie. And one of the only times you'll ever see Willem Dafoe in drag, so, you know, that too. But, I mean, yeah, there's also Cuba, and, man, Cuba has had one hell of a rough go of it, man. I mean, he was riding high off of Jerry Maguire, and then he's made some good things here and there. Pearl Harbor was really great. I love Men of Honor. Oh, Men of Honor is so fantastic. I really love him in a really great thriller called Murder of Crows, which not many people have honestly seen, but it's really good. I also really like him in Chill Factor with Skeet Ulrich. That's a weird movie, man. Not many people remember it, but I do. I do indeed. But then he went down the crapper with like Daddy Day Camp and all that shit. Oh man, I'm hoping for the days when Cuba gets back to actually making good shit again. I'm not saying this is bad, I'm just saying anything for a paycheck. If you want to watch it, have at it, but I think I'll honestly pass. Just saying, man. Just saying indeed. It is what it is, but it certainly ain't for me. I mean, you got that, and then from, well, weird weapons that are trying to take down people to, oh, great. Weird evil chicks. Fantastic. Ah, yes. In Lullaby. Have you checked the baby? God, I hope so, because I'm not leaving her with this bitch. For $12.96 from the director of Annabelle. Great. So, one of the ones in the franchise that I didn't really like.
Good to know what I'm getting myself into. Ah, shit. Oh, Lord, man, what is this? I mean, I do have to admit, I do like the cover, though. The cover is really good. However, let's be real. Covers lie like a motherfucker. We know that, baby. Ooh, look at that. Up in the creep factor to 11, I see. A new mother discovers a lullaby in an ancient book and regards the song as a blessing. First of all, why the fuck are you even reading an ancient book to begin with? I mean, seriously, you can't find any lullabies in children's stories or Dr. Seuss, some shit? I mean, Roald Dahl? What the fuck, man? Seriously, you have to go to an ancient book for that shit? Man, you are one desperate motherfucker. God damn, dude. But her world transforms into a nightmare when Lullaby brings forth the ancient demon, Lilith. Yeah. Oh my god. This is all your fault, lady. Had you just went to the fucking library or Barnes and fucking Nobles to find a lullaby for your kid, maybe this wouldn't happen. Seriously, I think your first problem is the fact that you opened the ancient book in the first place, you dumb bitch. Oh, God, I'm just speaking the truth, man. But you know I'm right, dude. Oh, Lord. Oh, man, these parents, man, they got a hell of a lot to learn. Oh, that's if they're going to even get that far. Oh, damn. You know what this reminds me of, actually? It reminds me of that William Friedkin film, The Guardian, from like 1990, man. You remember that movie? About this babysitter that was actually this ancient evil that was trying to kidnap the baby or some shit. It was so good, man. I actually really like that movie. Highly underrated, man. Not bad, dude. But that was William Friedkin, man. I mean, the guy did The fucking Exorcist. He's fucking phenomenal. I doubt the director of Annabelle is going to pull off what William Friedkin did. Just saying, man. If we get a little bit of creepiness, I'll take it. And something tells me, I think that's pretty much guaranteed, man. Jeez. Something tells me she hasn't seen sunlight in a long fucking time. Tanning bed, anybody? Shit. We're gonna get some creepy, like, ancient evil maneuvers. Bones breaking and shit. You know the whole deal, man. You know, dark corners where something's gonna pop out. The same fucking horror tropes over and fucking over again. Never ceases to amaze me, man. The same thing can be done multiple times and still boring as hell. Will Lullaby be good? Probably not. Will it be better than Annabelle? Well, Annabelle didn't really wow me, but at least there was some things that I liked in it. And at least it was a high enough budget to be in movie theater, so there is that too. Children getting attacked by creepy ancient evils. I guess parents will never learn. Well, we have to worry about buying diapers and formula and, you know, making sure they go to bed on time and, you know, feeding and everything. And I guess now we also have to worry about creepy ancient books that will summon ancient evils. And being a parent nowadays, good luck to all you motherfuckers, because you're definitely going to need it. But hopefully you're going to be smarter than this chick. Just saying. If you are, well, you already have one advantage. And that's something. Oh, fucking hell it is, dude. Jeez. From Lullaby to, superhero goodness? Perhaps. This looks interesting. Legend of Gattaca? Oh, jeez. I'm probably really butchering the shit out of that, man. Oh, God. The DVD for $12.96. A Hero Awakens. Oh, I really like that cover, man. Yeah. Yeah. A hero rises, kicks ass. Okay, Iron Man, this ain't. Okay, I'm just saying, man. Hell. It kind of looks cool imagery, though. Wonder what this is about. After witnessing the shocking murder of his friend by a masked assassin with terrifying superpowers, Yuta stumbles upon a secret prophecy long concealed by powerful people. After unlocking dormant abilities of his own, Yuta discovers that an ordinary college kid with no belief in the legendary may very well be the key in winning the upcoming battle against an ancient evil. Yes. Oh, very nice, man. Interesting. I like the idea of this ancient prophecy going up against an ancient evil and all the complications of that. Oh, that's kind of interesting to me, man. What is this? Is this It's like Welgo? I think it's Welgo, man. I like Welgo. They do some very interesting Asian cinema, man. I mean, can't say I get into it all, but a lot of stuff I've never heard of, man. And this is yet another one of them. I like a little bit different superhero tale, man. Like something like the Guyver, dude. Oh, dude, I fucking love the Guyver, man. That's so good, man. I mean, I like something that's a little bit offbeat, different, not your typical Marvel DC stuff. This kind of looks interesting. I like the suit. I like some of the imagery. It could be kind of cool. I just kind of got to figure out the wording of the name, because I'm pretty sure it's not Gattaca. And if it is, man, that's a really terrible fucking superhero name, man. Please change it. I'm not asking you to reinvent the world. I'm just asking you to get a better name, please. If you know anything about it, definitely let me know. It kind of looks fascinating. But then again, you don't really need a super suit to be a hero. I mean, just ask Dolly Parton impersonators. I mean, trying to pull off Dolly Parton's look, especially the boobs, man, that is heroic in and of itself. In Seriously Red, the DVD for $12.96. Ah, yes, look at this, baby. Oh, man. You know, hopefully you like Dolly Parton, because if you do, this movie is right up your alley, man. I got a chance to watch this on Amazon Prime, and I did because it just kind of seemed interesting to me. A story about someone who loves Dolly Parton enough to be an impersonator, literally a lookalike, change their whole persona, their look, just for the sake of being appreciated as a copycat of another human being. And I'm like, okay, I'm kind of down for this. And I was talking to my girlfriend. I'm like, hey, I'm going to watch this Dolly Parton movie. And she's like, oh, it is? Well, it's not really Dolly Parton. It's about the Dolly Parton impersonator and, you know, all the fame and access from being somebody who is appreciated as a copycat of Dolly Parton. And she's like, really? And I'm like, yeah. Do you want to watch it with me? And she's like, no, I'll pass. Ah, jeez. Okay. My girlfriend can't even appreciate Dolly Parton. What the fuck? And to be fair, I am an okay fan of Dolly Parton. I appreciate Dolly Parton more than I actually like a lot of her stuff. I mean, I love her in 9 to 5, and I love her in a movie like Straight Talk, which she was really good in as well. So there is things that I like from Dolly, but I can't say that I love everything from Dolly, man, but there is some people who are hardcore lovers of Dolly Parton. Everything she does, any movie she's made, music that she's sung, man, they are on that like a mofo, man. And you got to appreciate fans, because fans really keep you alive in so many ways, man. And for Dolly Parton, man, her legacy ain't never gonna die, man, because her fans are abundant. That's for damn sure. And, well, Red is one of them. Oh, yes, she is, man. She loves Dolly Parton, her swagger, her confidence. She only wishes she was more like Dolly. And she loves dressing up as Dolly. She loves pretending to be Dolly and gaining the confidence and gaining that certain level of appreciation for yourself that she just doesn't really ultimately have at the end of the day. And she does such a good job one time impersonating Dolly Parton that this one lady who works with this other promoter says, hey, you should really try out for this Dolly Parton look-alike competition that they're doing. You could win. It might be great. If you win, you go on the road, you sing the Dolly Parton songs, you dress up, you get paid. Hey, why not, man? And so Red seriously considers that, man. And so she goes for it. She actually ends up surprisingly winning and impressing everyone out there, including the Kenny Rogers look-alike, which really doesn't really look all that much like Kenny Rogers, except for like the beard. But outside of that, man, dude got no game whatsoever. I'm like, seriously, he's supposed to be the Kenny Rogers impersonator? Damn, man, could we find no one else? Seriously? Bueller? Apparently he's really popular for some unknown godly reason, man. Okay, people really want to see shitty impersonators, man. Well, he's among the bunch. As long as you're getting paid, I guess it doesn't really matter, does it? Oh, I guess not, man. Shit. You can just sort of close your eyes and pretend it's somebody else. Kind of like sex. Oh, man. And she starts to go on tours with the Kenny Rogers lookalike, which really more looks like a shitty version of Teen Wolf that somehow didn't grow enough facial hair. And she's starting to get fame and notoriety and finding love with the Kenny Rogers lookalike as well. And she starts to lose herself. She starts to end up just going full tilt into the Dolly Parton persona that she doesn't really even have anything original about her anymore. It's just all Dolly Parton, and there's nothing about her that makes her own self unique. And all of the complications that go along with that and the hilarity as well. I gotta admit, man, after I finished watching this movie, I really liked this film, man. I was really fascinated by this woman who doesn't have the courage to really stand up for herself, and she only gets it through the strength of being this other famous person. But she always had it inside her. She just needed to break out, and maybe wearing Dolly Parton's clothing kind of helped. I mean, I really like the fact how she gets there, all of the humorous moments and the relatability. I mean, the idea that she falls in love with this Kenny Rogers impersonator, but who is he really? He's just a blank slate. He's not really Kenny Rogers. And every time that she tries to get close to him and want to find out more about him, it just doesn't happen, man. And he sort of is like, I'm Kenny Rogers, that's who I am. But that's not who you are. That's who you're pretending to be, but who are you? What makes you unique? And I think she slowly learns that lesson, and I really appreciate that, man. And all of the hilarious complications, whether it's getting a boob job or having sex as the Dolly Parton lookalike, because they can only get off if you actually look like the person, which is kind of weird, but hey, everybody has their kinks. You know? And I just love the fact that even though she's getting fame and notoriety, everybody around her who cares about her, her mother and her other friends, really feel like she's losing herself in the process. Yes, it's nice to get the appreciation from people who like what you do, because you're seriously just impersonating someone else's accomplishments. I guess that's nice, but at the end of the day, you start to lose yourself in the process, because all you're doing is imitating everything this other person does, and you're not being your own self. And I really like that messaging. I really like how the movie really ends up telling you it, but yet not force-feeding it down your throat, man. I really like that, and I like all the actors involved here, man. I mean, the chick that plays the Dolly Parton impersonator is so good. She's so fantastic, man. She's amazing. Crew Boylan, I think her name is, man, and she is absolutely fantastic. Incredibly relatable. I love her personality. I really felt for her situation, and I really was captivated by the journey that she was going on. I really love that. But it's not just her, man. I mean, Bobby Cannavale has a small cameo role in here as sort of like a Neil Diamond impersonator turned promoter. How even Rose Byrne is playing a Elvis impersonator. I'm not even lying, dude. At first I was like, is that Rose Byrne? Because it kind of does and kind of doesn't. And then I'm kind of looking more closely. I'm like, dude, she's impersonating a man, baby. And I'm like, whoa. And she's actually really good here as well, man. Dolly is sort of taking her spotlight, man, and she's wanting to get it back, man, as Elvis impersonator. So good, man. Oh, so great. It's got some really funny moments. It's got a lot of heart to it. It's heartwarming. It's heartfelt. It's got great personalities and characters that you actually care about. And it's a really entertaining movie, man. It's a fun movie, and I really liked it, with a really great message added to it as well, man. And I gotta admit, dude, I mean, let's be real here. There's a lot of people out there that are impersonating celebrities all the time. And just go on fucking Hollywood Boulevard, man. You'll see that shit for days on end, okay? And they make money doing it, and give them credit for that. But at the end of the day, yeah, it's nice to be an impersonator. It's nice to gain a little bit of notoriety and the ultimate love and appreciation from people, but you're never the real thing. You have to be yourself. You have to blaze your own path. And a movie like this really goes and really proves it in a big bad way, man. It's really way better than it has any right to be. And as somebody who does appreciate Dolly Parton but not love her, I really came away actually having a lot more respect for Dolly Parton, and the idea that, man, the stuff that she's done in her life as an entertainer and a trailblazer, no wonder people gravitate towards her, because she's that damn good, man. She really is. This was a surprise, man. It was a pleasant surprise at that. And if you're looking for a really nice little quaint comedy, and if you happen to be a Dolly Parton fan as well, give this one a look, because, man, you're going to be really entertained by this. Who knew that celebrity impersonators could be so damn entertaining? I wonder if I should get into it. Cool duder, here I come. Into Walmart we go. I bet I could make a little bit of cash. Maybe, kinda, I highly doubt it, man. But hey, you don't know until you try. That's for damn sure, man. Seriously, Red was seriously good, baby. But from an entertaining flick to something that I have a feeling is going to be terribly bad in Bloody Mary Returns. Oh yes, the DVD for $9.96, and God help us all. I'm assuming that the reason why the chick is screaming is because she's actually watched the fucking movie. Yeah. I just don't want to end up like her. Oh, that's for damn sure, dude. I didn't watch this on Amazon Prime. I'm not fucking watching this goddamn dirt. Whoa. What the fuck? What you put on her face? It's like somebody, like, smeared mayo and charcoal all over her, man. What the fuck? What the hell is this? Jesus, man. A group of vloggers is looking for the ultimate urban legend and soon discover the legend of Bloody Mary is very much real. Now the group is stuck under her curse and will have to learn how to stop Bloody Mary before it's too late. Let me give you a little bit of advice. Stop the fucking movie. Maybe that might actually, help your chances. Oh, God, dude. Vloggers going and trying to find an urban legend. Geez, I wonder where I've seen that type of movie before. Oh yes, maybe the Blair Witch Project for one, and God knows how many other movies I've fucking seen, man. Jesus. I guess the tried and true formula of keep doing the same thing over and over and fucking over again with the same results, or I should say lesser results at that, man, because if that's what the urban legend looks like, yeah, man, ultimately urban legends are disappointing as fuck, aren't they? Jesus Christ, dude. I mean, come on, man. There can only be so many really good movies like that. Like The Last Broadcast. Like The Blair Witch Project. That after a while, you're just aping off of the same thing and not doing it nearly half as well. Actually, much less as well. More like incredibly shitty, man. And this is one of them, dude. I mean, I just think these characters are stupid, man. Oh, vloggers that want to get popular and go find an urban legend so that they could get, 100 more views. Oh, God, man. These people are motherfucking stupid. They deserve to motherfucking die in motherfucking brutal ways. And that's the video I want to see. Not them looking for some stupid fucking urban legend that doesn't goddamn exist, dude. I mean, seriously, are you fucking kidding me? It's like trying to find Bigfoot, right? You've seen all these fucking TV shows where they're like, well, we were on the trail for the Squatch. And, well, we didn't find the Squatch this week. But come back next week because I feel we're going to be close to finding it yet again. Tune in next week for more Squatch hijinks. And I'm like, oh, give me a fucking break, man. These same motherfuckers that are trying to sell you on fucking snake oil. And it's the same with these fucking vloggers as well, man. Oh my God. What are they gonna find? Oh my God, a dead body? Wait a minute. Didn't those body parts look like they came from Amazon? Are they fake? Yeah, and your point is? Oh, man. Some of the stupid shit that these fucking vloggers do, man. All in the name of getting a few more 100 views. I hope it was worth it for your fucking wallet, because I know how YouTube works with their money, and trust me, you ain't getting paid a lot for that shit, okay? I'm just saying, man. So maybe you might get a little bit more money by your death instead? Just saying. If this movie actually gives us good kills, because that's something I think is highly going to be lost in this film, is actually having good kills that are worth it. And that's the only thing I would actually come to this fucking film for, not the chick that has mayo spread all over her fucking face. Oh, hell, dude. Oh my God, man. Yet another one in a long line of stupid vloggers, YouTube personalities going on a hunt for some mysterious unknown entity and end up getting killed in the process. Well, the good side is at least they'll be dead and they can no longer actually put out shitty content, or their annoying personalities won't ever bother us again. So I guess there's an upside. Well, I don't know about the upside of watching this movie, but if a few stupid blogger teenagers, stupid idiots die, then I guess it makes the world just a little bit better. God, I hope so. Oh, God. What a piece of shit. You can have the best cover in the world, but that don't save you from a shitty-ass film. Just saying, man. But hey, even though that seems to be let down, the Walmart media certainly is not, baby. I mean, the indie oddities, a little bit of collection love, like this. I didn't even notice this at first, man. This Stephen King 8 movie collection for $50. It seemed like a lot, but dude, you get Thinner and Tales from the Dark Side, Silver Bullet, Pet Sematary, Cujo, Dead Zone, Graveyard Shift. Oh, and then there's also the Pet Sematary remake. Yeah, well, they can't all be winners. Ah, hell, dude. But man, that's actually pretty cool. And look at that. Kind of like a little bit of lenticular love on this, too. Ooh, that's cool, man. Damn. I kind of like that shit. $50, but some good old Stephen King ain't half bad, man. Ah, nice. I mean, you got that. More TV show appreciation. All of the goodies over here as well. I mean, they're definitely stocked up in a big bad way, and that ain't half bad, man. And come on, we got to talk about all of the goodness as far as the new release love over here as well. Man, Walmart is representing in a big bad way, and I truly appreciate it. Pretty damn sweet. Let's head out. Well, whoever said that you can't find movie love at Walmart clearly ain't coming to this place. Oh, you bet your ass, baby. Damn, man. They have the goods. They delivered the physical media love this week, man. So many new releases, the indie oddities, the TV show appreciation. I mean, man, they are definitely doing their due diligence for the physical media love. And I'm definitely loving where this Walmart is headed, man. I mean, they definitely, in 2023, has upped their game like a mofo. They definitely have learned their lessons from the previous years, and their New Year's resolution was to show off the physical media love. And man, are they delivering in a big bad way, baby. I am definitely loving it like a mofo, and I know that you guys are as well, man. This week is jam-packed with so much goodness. Oh, man, it's coming out every pore. And I cannot wait to see where all the physical media love leads us next. I mean, if it's this good here, let's hope it's good everywhere else. We can only hope. But enough of the Wally World physical media madness. It was definitely sweet, but let's hope it's even sweeter everywhere else. How about we go and find out? All right, everybody. We are at our second location, Target. But before I go in, I want to talk to you guys about something. Now, this is something I don't normally talk about necessarily, but being somebody who is an old school fan of this company and the art that they did, I kind of wanted to put in my 2 cents. I really did, man. From Bloody Disgusting, Funko guts Mondo and ends poster division less than a year after purchasing the company. Let's dive in, shall we? Known to horror fans for their limited edition posters, high-end collectibles, and vinyl records, many of which we've covered over the years on Bloody Disgusting, Mondo was purchased by vinyl toy maker Funko less than 1 year ago, and the Wrap now reports the depressing news that Funko has unceremoniously laid off most of the staff of Mondo. They killed the poster division, which is a shock considering that's how Mondo started, along with a division meant for cutting-edge experiences and products called The Lab, which was run by Mondo co-founder Rob Jones, who was also laid off during the process. Mitch Putnam, another co-founder, also got the axe. As of now, the only 2 divisions of the company that remain are the Toys and Records division, but insiders tell The Wrap it's unclear how long those divisions will remain as part of the Funko portfolio. Earlier this month, Funko revealed that it suffered a loss in the fourth quarter of 2022 and that it would destroy between 30 and 36 million, worth of inventory and lay off 10% of its staff. The Wrap has learned that much of those cuts landed on Mondo. Of course they did.
It was back in June of 2022 that Funko purchased Mondo from Alamo Drafthouse, and the hopes were high that Funko would allow Mondo to take things to a whole new level. I guess that wasn't the case, was it? Mondo said in a statement at the time, "For 20 years, we have poured our heart and souls into this weird little thing that Rob Jones and Tim Leake started in a closet in the corner of an Alamo Drafthouse lobby, then out of a closet underneath the seats of a Drafthouse auditorium. Seriously. Eventually, we opened our own gallery space and even started our own convention, but we needed a bigger boat, and that's where Funko comes in. They understand what Mondo is today and are eager to help us become the company we want to be. We are still the same company that started in the theater lobby, only now with even more resources to support our vision. We can't wait to show you what's next." Well, you know what's next? Layoffs and cuts like a motherfucker. Mondo, maybe come even the end of this year, or beginning of next, will probably be no more. That's what's next. Damn, that's what's next indeed, man. And it breaks my heart, man. It really does, because I am a huge, and I mean huge, fan of poster art. I love poster art, man. I love getting original prints. It's something that's really true to my soul. I love that type of stuff, man. And the Mondo stuff was always amazing, and there are so many ones that I wanted and I just couldn't get because I didn't have the money, or man, it was just so expensive at the time, and I thought, geez, maybe I can wait a week and then get it, and then suddenly it's like it sold out immediately, and then trying to get the shit on eBay was just massively a shitload of frustration. It was nuts, okay? And so I've always appreciated Mondo for their great art that they've had, the alternative art, all the amazing posters and the record stuff that they've done. They are one of the greats. There's no doubt about it. And to see this, man, damn, this breaks my heart, man. This really does, dude. And, you know, here's the thing. Funko is a very powerful company, but Funko has kind of bitten off more than they can chew. I mean, I have some Funko Pops, but not a lot. I'm trying to be good, okay? I'm not trying to go down the crazy insanity road that some people have gone on with Funko, man. And I get it. If you are a Funko collector, if you love Funko, it's a passion, totally understandable, man. I get it. I really do. But I can't go down that road, dude. I just don't have the shelf space to do that shit, man. But even like John's nephew, his nephew collects Funkos like a motherfucker, man. He's huge into it, so people are very passionate about it. But Funko has kind of worn thin a little bit. They're not as niche as they used to be, and they're not as sought after as they used to be. Now you can find it at any old Walmart, any old Target. It's just easily accessible now. And when that happens, the collectability aspect of it kind of loses a little bit of its luster, just a wee bit, and it's not as successful as it once was. It's still successful, don't get me wrong, but not nearly as what it used to be. And so when they acquired Mondo, that was a big thing, and you think, oh wow, well, Mondo is very successful with their posters and their records and everything like that, so that's only just going to add to the successful profile of Funko. Well, apparently not so much, because Funko has, as I've said, continued to lose money because of some of the business strategies they've enacted. And in order to continue to be successful, or at least appear successful, they have to make cuts. And by purchasing Mondo, they were able to make those cuts worthwhile for them to justify still being as successful as they are, or once were. I don't know, man. It's odd to me. Why would you purchase Mondo, and the potential of that, and how excited some of these creators at Mondo were for it, only to gut the whole goddamn thing at the end of the day, man? Did you just do that just to gain capital as a company? And then once you did, you just decided to burn it all down at the end to sort of save money anyways? I just don't get it. I don't understand what this company was trying to do. And to literally destroy $30 to $36 million worth of inventory, that is nuts. That's insane, dude. You could do a fucking auction. You could do, fucking eBay store. I don't know what you do, but just destroying it destroying it, man. Just breaks my fucking heart, dude. God damn, it really does, man. Dude, that's just wrong on so many levels. It really is. And I think the collector market is not what it used to be. And I think with a lot of these companies overpricing these products and overproducing them, I think the collector mentality is not what it used to be. It's still there. We're still in a great time to be a collector in so many avenues, but is it as good as it used to be? I'm not so sure. And now with this happening with Mondo, it kind of stings even more, man. What do you guys think about this? Do you think that it's a good move for Funko to do this? Or do you think that this is a huge mistake? And when Mondo is officially gone, Funko will have no other place to hide. And they'll have to end up actually cutting their own selves down. And when that happens, yeah, I just say I told you so, but it's the truth, man. I love collectibles. I love the collectible market, and people are hugely into it. Man, it's so amazing. But at a certain point, all good things have to come to an end. And I guess we're going to say the same with Mondo. Damn, dude, that just breaks me so badly. What do you think about this? Do you think it's a good idea, or do you think it will bite them in the ass? I think it'll bite them in the ass, but hey, that's just me. Let me know, guys. But Walmart. Oh, yes, Walmart has some good physical media love. Indeed, they did. But what about good old Target? Well, I hope they have some good media love. At least I hope. Sometimes. Sometimes not. Sometimes yes. Let's hope this time is one of the good times. Let's go in. Find out.
All right, everybody. We are in at Target under the new releases, and oh, it definitely looks like there's new release love. Let's dive in, shall we, with the weird, complicated times of 1920s Hollywood. Parties, drugs, alcohol, shit, piss, and apparently everything in between with Babylon. The Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Oh, brother, man. And I gotta talk about Damien Chazelle because, man, Damien Chazelle is a really great artist, an awards darling, dare I say, man. I mean, Whiplash, La La Land, even First Man. You might not completely 100% like First Man, but it's competently made, it's well directed, the performances are fantastic. It's got a lot going for it, man. And so he definitely is somebody that has the respect of Hollywood, the Academy, studios, you name it. How the hell did we get here, man? How? And the only thing I can think of is, man, a director's passion project is never really as good as you might think it is, dude. I mean, when you get a certain amount of clout in Hollywood, you think you can just do anything, right? And you can just get away with it. They're gonna love you no matter what, man. And that isn't really always the case, to be honest with you. I mean, we look at a lot of passion projects out there. I mean, does anybody remember Southland Tales? Yeah. Ooh, yeah, that one stings, man. That really does, dude. Richard Kelly was hot off of Donnie Darko, and then doing this big sci-fi time-bending drama, and everybody was like, ooh, this is the next big thing. And then it came out, and it just flopped hard. Very hard, man. And it's been an embarrassment for him ever since, and it pretty much killed his fucking career, man. I mean, even look at Battlefield Earth. That was a passion project from John Travolta. Now look, I like Battlefield Earth. It's one of those so bad it's good movies, but is it really a competently well done film? No, not exactly. And it damn near killed his career as well. You can argue it kind of did anyways. Oh man, especially everybody involved with that flick. Hell, even look at Barry Levinson with Toys, or Rob Reiner with North. I mean, I like those movies, don't get me wrong. I think they're actually decent pieces of cinema, especially Toys. But those movies, again, they failed, and they failed hard, and they almost ended those directors' careers because they were passionate about it. They had done so many successful films, and they thought, well, whatever we do, the studio will just go gaga, give us so much money, and the audiences will love it. And that isn't always the case. Now, then again, you could argue that some passion projects are really good. You look at Christopher Nolan with Inception. That was a passion project that he wanted to do for a long time. And he had to do some of the Batman movies before getting it done, but he finally secured the budget, the money he wanted, the actors he needed, and it came out phenomenal. It's one of the best Christopher Nolan films ever, dare I say. And so I think it depends on the project, it depends on the director, it depends on how you make it, how it all turns out. Nothing when it comes to Hollywood and cinema is a guarantee. Nothing, man. Something that is a hot property one year could be a downright disappointment the next. There's no telling where the trends are going to lead and where the successes are going to come and go. There's no way to know that, man. But Damien Chazelle, dude, he had to have known that this movie was a mess. He had to have known it, dude, somewhere in his heart and soul, because, I mean, yeah, you've got a crazy amount of a budget. You've got insanely talented actors. You've got huge sets and massive amount of extras, and you've got so much going into this movie. And this was supposed to be one of those big, epic Hollywood Oscar darling blockbusters, and man, people just did not respond to it. And you could blame a number of things. You could blame Damien Chazelle. You could blame the studio with the advertising, the fact that honestly they didn't really sell it all that well. The trailers didn't really give you a sense of what the actual movie was about. And then once you walked into the film, I think it kind of turned you off. And you're like, I don't know what this is, but whatever it is, it's definitely not for me. And so I would caution directors, right? If you think that you're confident enough to make this passion project that you've always wanted, really, really think about it, man. I mean, think hard about that shit, because just because it's an idea that you like doesn't mean it's an idea that everybody else is gonna like. And sometimes you gotta pump the brakes a little bit. And just because you think you're invincible doesn't necessarily mean that you are. Just saying, man. I mean, Babylon has some good things going for it, all things considered. The acting is really great, and the epic scale of the movie and showing off the 1920s excess is astonishing, to say the least. But at the end of the day, it's a movie that really barely has anything to say, and kind of at the end of the movie tries to fit in this whole appreciation for cinema angle that wasn't really there in the first place. Try to tie it all together, and yeah, it just doesn't quite work, man. These type of Hollywood extravaganzas, well, there's a reason why they stopped making them, because quite frankly, number one, ain't nobody watching them. And when you have a budget this big and you ultimately fail at the end, somebody's gonna have to be the blame. And you, Damien Chazelle, you're definitely it. I hope Damien Chazelle learns his lesson. I hope people give him more money to do more films, because just because one film failed and flopped, well, First Man did as well, so okay, all right, two good ones and two not so good ones for Chazelle. But look, just because you fail doesn't mean you can't get back up. However, try telling Hollywood that. Not many directors have really come back from failed disappointments, but when they do, they come back more triumphant. Can Damien Chazelle do that? Well, here's the hoping and praying. If there was a hostage situation and I needed Gerard Butler to save me, would I trust him? It depends. Does he get to say this is Sparta? Because if he does, I'm on board, baby. Oh, yes, with plain. The Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Oh, yes, more Gerard Butler action love, because Gerard Butler is a action hero. Jeez, that doesn't sound right. Well, yeah, he is, but is he all that effective as an action hero? It kind of feels like they tried to shoehorn him in to be an action guy, right? Because we need somebody to fill Bruce Willis's shoes, because he wasn't getting any younger, and he certainly wasn't doing a lot of great projects. So, who's next on the roster? Oh, Sam Worthington? Ah, shit. Oh, that didn't quite work out. Neil Hirsch? Said nobody ever. But hey, what about you, Gerard Butler? You were in that 300 flick. Want to give it a go? Ah, sure, why the fuck not? Oh, man. And look, sometimes it works out and sometimes it doesn't. I mean, let's be fair, man. I mean, yeah, he was great in 300, but there's been a lot of ones where he's been kind of okay, man. If he's not doing lackluster romantic comedy flicks, he's doing this action straight to TNT garbage. I mean, Olympus Has Fallen and it wasn't bad. Then you've got London Has Fallen and Angel Has Fallen and that whole series of movies that are okay action movies but doesn't exactly light my fire. Cop Shop was pretty good, all things considered. I mean, Geostorm wasn't half bad for what it was. Greenland was pretty decent. Den of Thieves has its moments, but kind of a hot mess. Gods of Egypt is a CGI shitfest. And Gamer, well, Gamer was supposed to be like this next level action flick, next level action extravaganza. And it turned into like basically somebody pissing in the wind. Got like a wet fart. Jesus, that was shit. Man, it was total crap, dude. So sometimes Gerard Butler works out as a great action hero, and sometimes he kind of falls flat on his face depending on the project, man. It kind of felt like they really pushed him into trying to be the action guy. They were forcing it. And when you force it, it doesn't really work out the way you expect, man. And I think with Gerard Butler, less is more. That's the mentality that I think he should really go with. When you are really sort of overdoing it with the action stuff with Gerard Butler, I don't know, I'm just not buying it, man. But Plane, I actually really buy, and I think it's really solid. And one of the reasons why I do is because they're not trying to overdo it with him being this macho action stereotype. They're not trying to do that, man. He's just an average dude who is stuck in this crazy situation and has to survive by any means necessary, man. And he's not trying to be a John motherfucking McClane. He's not trying to be John Wick, okay? That shit ain't working, dude, alright? He's just an average dude that has average abilities that is trying to do the best he can under crazy circumstances, and I like that. And I think when you do that with him, I think it comes off better. I think Plane is much better than the Fallen movies will ever be, man. And I think with Mike Colter balancing him out as this badass criminal, it kind of works out well. And even Mike Colter, man, I've really liked him as Luke Cage. I think he's got some really great action shots and abilities. And seeing him here as this badass motherfucker, I can buy it, dude. And I like the back and forth between the two and the camaraderie that they have. I think it's aces, man. And like I said, I don't mind Gerard Butler being the action guy, but it has to be the right role. I think these are the roles that he should really get, man. When you put him in these action blockbuster extravaganzas, when you're trying to force feed the audience the fact that he's a badass motherfucker, audiences aren't buying it, man. I would much rather buy Tom Hanks kicking somebody's ass all over the place instead of Gerard Butler. And that's saying something, dude. I would rather have the Dolly Parton impersonator be kicking my ass than Gerard Butler, okay? Look, I'm just saying, man. At the end of the day, I think Gerard Butler is a good actor who has been forced into these action roles simply by the fact that Hollywood needed an action guy and he was trying to step up to the plate. It hasn't always worked out. I don't think it will always work out in the future, but every so often there's a movie role that will come along that proves that if you give him the right moments as an actor to really shine in a little bit of action here and there with a good dramatic tale involved, you can pull it off. And Plane proves it. Will there always be movies like Plane for Gerard Butler? Probably not. More Fallen movies? God help us all. But we'll always remember the good times. We'll always remember Plane. Especially when I watch the next great and wonderful action spectacle with Gerard Butler and he doesn't rise to the occasion. I'll at least have this to fall back on, knowing that there are times when he's actually good. Few and far between, yeah, but, well, he has his moments. And, well, compared to most, Sam Worthington, anybody, at least Gerard Butler has that going for him. And that ain't half bad. Lovecraftian lore. Batman style, yes. The Doom. It came to Gotham. The Blu-ray digital for $22.99. Ah, yes. A little superhero love mixed with Lovecraftian horror? Ooh, give me more, baby. Yes, indeed, because when I was at Walmart, I was talking about how Cthulhu is in here and how there's a heavy influence of that. Yeah, Lovecraft, baby. Lovecraft indeed. And I thought that's what made this one so unique and interesting and fascinating to me, man. It really did. And if you think that there has never been any influence from Lovecraft when it comes to superheroes, especially Batman, what if I told you you were wrong? Dead wrong. I'm serious, man, because in fact, true story, in the 1960s and the 1970s, there was a big influence from Lovecraft on the Batman legacy. There were comic books that were influenced by Lovecraft. Comic book writers has actually come out and said this. Even the live-action Batman TV show with Adam West, one of the villains was named the Outsider, which was taken from a Lovecraft short story, and Arkham Asylum that was introduced in the 70s was also inspired by Lovecraft. Yes. Kind of think Arkham Asylum, Lovecraft. Yeah, it makes sense, man. It really does. And it's just interesting to think that Lovecraft has this much influence, especially on a hero like Batman, but with Gotham and Gothic overtones and everything, it kind of makes sense, doesn't it? And if we're being honest, isn't it just cool to know that one of the best horror elements of all time had an influence on one of the best superheroes of all time? I mean, seriously, this is a cool little factoid, just saying, man. And I kind of wish that Cthulhu or even Lovecraftian horror was in more superhero lore. I mean, wouldn't it be cool for Superman to face Lovecraftian horror elements, or Aquaman, or Wonder Woman? I mean, come on, that is, dude, that would be kind of interesting. That really would, dude. I mean, that is an untapped potential storyline opportunity for so many reasons, man. But then again, I also think to myself, is the mainstream really ready for that? I mean, we're okay with Lovecraftian horror when it stays within the horror realms, but to put it into a superhero movie, it's asking a lot, man. I think they've grown to really appreciate different storylines and are okay with more mature content and out there ideas. You look at Guardians of the Galaxy or Doom Patrol, stuff like that. But are they willing to go with it with a Superman movie or a Batman movie? I don't know, man. And I think that's why I love the Elseworld stories. And I think that's why I love these DC animated movies, because they could really mine material that no live action movie would ever touch. And I think Cthulhu is one of those interesting things where you can do it in this, but to ask a live action, big budget, $200-300 million movie to do that, that's pushing it, man. I really do think that's pushing it in a big bad way. But I'd love to see it one of these days. I really would, man. I think I'd be asking a lot from these studio execs, but it'd be kind of interesting, wouldn't it? Maybe 10-20 years from now, we may get that. Anything before that, I think it's pushing it, man. I really do. But Lovecraftian horror is amazing. I love Reanimator, and of course, I love From Beyond, and some of the stuff that they've done in recent years, stuff like Underwater. I mean, I've loved that type of stuff, that they've really went out there and done some unique takes on it. But man, to combine it with superhero DC love, That's unique and that's interesting, and I'd like to see more of it. Maybe, possibly, well, if we cross our fingers enough and hope and pray, maybe the movie gods will one day give it to us. Let's hope, because Batman versus Cthulhu on the big screen, live action style, come on, that would be pretty goddamn killer. Technology saves the day in Missing, the Blu-ray digital for $24.99. Ah, yes, a good old techno thriller love, baby. And I'm kind of curious what you guys think about this, because I'm kind of going back and forth on it, man. Is this type of storytelling, adding more technology and different ways of telling a missing person story, is it the best way to do it, or is old school better? I'm kind of thinking about that, man, because I love a good missing persons movie, man. I mean, think about Gone Girl or Breakdown, Gone Baby Gone. I mean, those are fantastic movies, but to add this certain level of technological storytelling to it, does it really add all that much more? I mean, I love a movie like The Vanishing with Kiefer Sutherland, and I think to myself, geez, would it be half as good as what I think it is if Kiefer Sutherland was spending most of the movie just on his laptop and looking up random shit and Skyping people? Like, I wonder about that, man. And the more I think about it, I don't know if it really would, man. I like the idea of somebody going out and actually interacting with people one-on-one and searching for the mysteries and actually engaging with it instead of just doing it by a computer screen, man. I mean, this is still really good, and I really like that, but technology, as far as storytelling, it's really good and it has opened up so many possibilities, but there are limitations. It's the same thing with horror and cell phones. Like, I love how nowadays when they're talking about cell phones in horror movies, they're like, well, we can't get cell reception. And I'm thinking, what? Like, we're in the 2020s and there's no cell reception? Get the fuck out of here. I kind of call bullshit on that. I really do, man. And now this is kind of interesting in this way as well. Skype and Google and FaceTime and all the opportunities for storytelling is interesting, but there are moments in this movie where it is stretching it very thin, man, and you have to really go pretty far to believe some of this stuff that's going on. You do, because it's entertaining, but at the end of the day, it still is a stretch, man. And I think it just depends on how it's done, man. Searching was so good, and Missing is still really phenomenal. I don't know if it's as good as Searching, but it's different ways to tell a story. And you always have to spice up storytelling one way or another, man, because if it gets too stale, ain't no one gonna watch the shit. So you do have to reinvent the wheel a little bit, and I think Searching and Missing has done that. But how far does that storytelling really take you? It is tough, man. I'm an old school cinema goer. I like old school missing persons movies. I mean, think about this, right? I mean, Sherlock Holmes. Would Sherlock Holmes be half as effective as it is if Sherlock had all of this technology at his disposal? I don't know if it would, man. I think it would kind of be a bore, really. Again, I think it's how a filmmaker presents the material and the story, and if it's intriguing enough to keep you entertained. Missing does that, and Searching does as well, but I can't say that every one after this is going to be just as interesting or unique. Maybe it will. I kind of highly doubt it, man. It's with any genre, right? Whenever you introduce new technology and new ways of telling a story, it's kind of cool and quirky and fascinating and interesting, and all the possibilities are just ripe, and you can't wait to see where it goes next. And then after a while, it kind of gets tired and played out. We'll see where it goes at the end of the day, but something tells me that Searching and Missing are really great opportunities for new storytelling ideas within technology, but I don't think everyone's gonna do it right. Just saying, man. Technology has its advantages, but when it comes to stretching believability, I'm not so sure. Impersonating never looks so country. Then seriously rare. The Blu-ray digital for $17.99. Oh man, if you were looking for a little bit of Dolly Parton love, you sure as hell got it. Oh man. And I gotta talk about the whole celebrity impersonating angle here, because I was doing my research with this film, and actually it was praised by a lot of people, talking about the fame of being an impersonator and the joys of it, and yet the dangers as well. And it was just a very unique spin on the take of celebrity impersonation in general, which, come to think of it, there really isn't many movies like Seriously Red. I mean, there's movies with celebrity impersonators in it, like Elvis impersonators. I mean, my God, there's a shit ton of ones with Elvis impersonators, but it can't just be a movie simply about Elvis impersonators, right? I mean, there has to be a little bit more to it. Like, for instance, they're criminals and they're pulling off the biggest bank heist of all fucking time, right? Yeah, there's got to be an extra little added bonus. It can't just be about Elvis impersonators being Elvis impersonators. Yeah, that's fun, don't get me wrong, but there's got to be an extra added layer to it to make it even more interesting, because Elvis impersonators aren't interesting by themselves, really? Because I think they'd be fucking fascinating as hell, man. But when you really take that away, there's really only a few films that have ever really dealt with celebrity impersonation in a serious way, actually. Most of them are actually documentaries. Like, there's one called The Reenactors, where they talk to these personalities who are on, like, the Hollywood Walk of Fame, who are just random movie characters, whether it's, you know, Superman or DC characters, Marvel, you name it, and they literally make a living taking pictures with people for money. That's a thing. You know, or there's another documentary called Just About Famous. I think it's around 2015 or so, where another documentary filmmaker who literally goes and talks to these famous lookalikes, whether it's Lady Gaga, Obama, people like that, man, that literally will tour the country and get paid money pretending to be the real life people. And man, that's a whole thing in itself, man. I've seen, like, Tom Cruise impersonators that look just like the guy, man. And there's sometimes where I'm even fooled. I'm like, I don't know whether that's actually Tom Cruise or the real Tom motherfucking Cruise, man. I'm like, that's kind of eerie, I'm not gonna lie, man. I mean, if you look like somebody and if you can make money doing it, shit, why the hell not, man? I mean, seriously. But there's actually another movie that's interesting that many of you guys might not even know about, man. It's called Mr. Lonely. And it's this fascinating movie about this Michael Jackson impersonator who falls in love with this Marilyn Monroe impersonator, and they go to this Scottish island where all these impersonators can be who they want to be, and they can live free from society and the world. And I'm like, what? True story, man. It's an actual movie, and the Michael Jackson impersonator is played by Diego Luna. Yeah, Star Wars Rogue One Diego Luna. Yeah, man. It's an interesting movie, man. Werner Herzog is in that shit. Yeah, it's unique to say the least, man. But that's really about it, man. Like I said, you have the Elvis impersonator movies like a 3,000 Miles to Graceland, but they have to add in these criminals and bank heists and something extra added layer to it to make it more interesting than just an impersonator movie for the sake of being an impersonator movie, man. So Seriously Red is among a very, very, very small amount of films that actually deal with celebrity impersonation, yes, in an entertaining way, but also has some serious commentary to it as well, man. And I appreciate it. And yet at the same time, man, it's really intriguing to me that there are people out there that this is their life. This is what they do, man. In fact, I was going down the rabbit hole, and there's literally websites. No joke, man. There's websites that have all of these celebrity impersonators for hire. You can hire these people and they could come talk to you at a seminar or a comedy club or do some sort of mini concert for you or some shit. I mean, it's wild, dude. I've never really experienced anything like that. And I guess if enough people tell you that you look like somebody and that you can pull it off, I guess why not try, man? I don't know, it's wild and crazy to me, but I give impersonators at least somewhat credit because it takes balls. It takes cojones, baby, big motherfucking cojones to do something like this, man. To actually think that you can be the real life person and you can pull it off enough where you can actually make a living off of it. That's not an easy thing to do, and yet people do it all the time, and God bless their hearts and souls. It ain't for me. I don't think I really look like anybody. Years ago, people told me that I kind of looked like Matt Damon. And I kind of looked at him like, I don't know what mirror you're looking at. But I look in it every day. I certainly don't see that motherfucker, man. Some people said I even, like, earlier in my life looked like Tom Cruise. I'm like, man, I don't see that one either, man. I don't know what the fuck they were smoking, but seriously, dude, it's a really solid movie, man, with a lot of heart and a lot of great humor and great acting, and I'd like to see more of these movies. You don't always need to see impersonators doing crazy wild bank heists or murder mysteries in order for it to work. You could just have a really heartwarming drama about somebody who is trying to achieve their goals in life and the complications of it. And Seriously Red is a really great accomplishment when it comes to that, man. Maybe we'll see more celebrity impersonator dramas. It'd be kind of interesting. Who would you like to see? Man, I got a whole laundry list. But I guess if somebody's going to be the trailblazer, it might as well be Dolly Parton. Why the hell not, man? Impersonator, celebrity love. Never thought I'd say I'd be intrigued by it, but man, if you go down that rabbit hole, well, I've learned anything in life, especially when it comes to Dolly Parton, I suppose. Anything, and I mean anything, is possible. Jujutsu Kaisen! Oh man, that name is so good for an anime. Seriously, man, that fits perfectly, dude. Wow, the Blu-ray for $24.99. Oh yes, more anime love. Oh baby, let's go down the rabbit hole yet again. Oh man, not that I know much about animes, but I love showing it off for you guys regardless, man. The inception of Jujutsu Kaisen is here in the feature film, yes. When an accident takes the life of Yuta's childhood friend, he's left with her cursed spirit. As she harms the people near him, a depressed Yuta must choose between the execution of the Jujutsu sorcerers. Oh, shit. Oh, can the curse of love turn into his greatest gift? Oh, that's interesting, man. I kind of like that idea. That story. Oh, that's interesting, man. The anime, at least from the sort of pictures, it kind of looks cool, actually. I don't know. It looks fascinating to me. I don't know if I'll ever get to watch it. I've told you guys how fascinated I am with anime, but I want to get into it. I really do, but I got to admit, man, it is such a rabbit hole, and it is a deep rabbit hole to get into. And at a certain point, I kind of ask myself whether it's worth it, because once you go down it, and it's hard to get out, man, because once you do one thing, everybody's recommending you to the next thing, and the next thing after that, and the next thing after that. It's kind of like getting into horror, or action movies, or westerns. I mean, dude, once you get down one certain road, and you watch all of the more popular stuff, then you get to the lesser known stuff, and even the more lesser known, like, deep cut stuff, and it just goes deeper and deeper, and you just dig further into the madness, man. And some people really love anime. I've sort of dipped my toe into it with sort of the animatrix, but I can't say that I've really done enough where I want to do a full dive. Maybe dip my foot in? Maybe? I don't know, man. Is it worth it to do it, or should I just kind of just stay away, man? Because, you know, once you go down it big time, man, and then Lord knows how deep you actually go, man. Dude, I don't know how deep the rabbit hole goes, but I don't know if I want to find out, man. Definitely let me know, guys. Is it worth it, or should I just admire at a distance? Definitely let me know, man. I mean, you've got serious anime, and then you've got, yes, for the kiddie love, Paw Patrol. Dude, I give you parents so much credit. I seriously do, man, because kids are obsessed with this shit. My God, man, I've never seen... Well, I saw the Paw Patrol movie, and it was alright. It's not for me. I fully recognize that. It's for the little kids, man, but dude, they eat this shit up like crack. Alright, they really do. It's extremely popular. Stuff like this or Coco Melon go way over my head, man. They had none of this shit when I was younger back in the day, man. But now kids have so much children's entertainment out there in the ether that there's certain things that hit more than others. And Paw Patrol just hit at the right time, and dude, kids love it. And hey, if you can waste like some time with them sitting in front of the TV while you get stuff done, consider it a win. Not for me, but it's for somebody. Put it that way, man. I mean, you got that. You've also got Joyride. Now, this is interesting. I have not heard about this. The DVD for $12.99. Olivia Colman, Charlie Reed. Yeah, no clue about this one at all, guys. This is interesting. What is this about? Fleeing from his father, 12-year-old Molly steals a taxi and is shocked to find Joy, played by Academy Award winner Olivia Colman, in the backseat with her baby. Joy has decided to give her child away to... Okay. And Molly's on the run from the debt-ridden dad. And so two lovable rogues go on a wild journey across Ireland, gradually finding the friendship and love they never really needed in each other. Okay. Surprised I've never heard of this, man. I mean, it's a very interesting movie about love and camaraderie and friendship in the most unlikeliest of ways, man. If this wasn't kind of a heartwarming drama, it could be considered something different, like a really older grown-ass woman with a, 12-year-old kid hanging out with him. Ooh, it could have gone so terribly wrong. But it looks like it's sort of a sweet little heartwarming and heartbreaking drama, man. It kind of looks like that. But I'm surprised I had never heard of it because Olivia Colman being in it, man. Olivia Colman is a wonderful actress, man. I talked about her before in a recent Out and About and how great she is as an actress and how she really brings so much to a movie. And the performances alone are so worth it. But an Academy Award winner like her, and it's not like she won it a long time ago, she won it rather recently. So for her to do movies like this that are kind of under the radar is kind of odd to me. But then again, I guess that's with any actor. Not every movie that they're going to be in is exactly high profile necessarily, but for an actress of Olivia Colman's stature, kind of odd that I hadn't heard about this thing, man. Does that mean it's good and underrated, or does it mean that because it didn't get a lot of high profile love that it ain't that good? I don't know, man. I like the idea of two people lost in their lives in different ages finding one another and understanding each other. I like that, man. It's sort of a tried and true way of storytelling, man. You've seen that done before, so it's not like it's anything new necessarily, but a unique spin on it, perhaps. Is it worth it? Well, probably for the acting alone. Olivia Colman goodness. Underrated Olivia Colman goodness. Okay. Might have to check it out.
This chick really knows how to slice.
and dice. Yeah, bet your ass she does. With the Blu-ray DVD digital of Megan for $22.99. Very nice for the AI Killer Doll love. And dare I say, it's as successful as it is, and it's as popular as it is, perhaps because of Blumhouse. Now, I know it's not always perfect for Blumhouse, and yet at the same time, I think Blumhouse is really good at what they do, generally speaking, man. I mean, think about this for a second. This movie cost $12 million to make, and it made almost $200 million at the box office. That's pretty damn good, man. It really is, all things considered. Plus the money that they got from VOD sales and what they're going to get from the physical media sales, they're going to get a good chunk of change back. No wonder it's as popular as it is. No wonder that they're going to probably create a whole universe of Megan merchandise, man, because, well, they know how to turn a profit, man. Blumhouse is really good at that. They don't make things very expensively, but yet at the same time, they make good enough movies where people want to see them. And dare I say, that model that they've done has become a model that everybody wants to replicate, because the money that they're getting back on their product is, man, leaps and bounds over other people. And I think Jason Blum knows the model well. He knows how to make an effective, entertaining, popular horror movie, do it on the cheap, make a shitload of money, get the fuck out, make another one, and do the same goddamn thing over and over again, man. I mean, you look at something like The Purge, or you look at Paranormal Activity, or Happy Death Day. These are not hugely expensive movies, and yet his studio is able to get the best bang for their buck. I can't explain it. I don't know exactly how he pulls it off every single time. I don't know whether he's made a deal with the devil. He probably has. Okay. And eventually it's going to catch up to his ass. But for the meantime, he does pretty well. Not all the movies are great, though. I mean, let's be real. Because if we go around the corner here, I think that we can all agree that some of the recent Halloween movies hasn't quite cut the cheese. You know what I'm saying? Ugh, not even close. I will take 100 Megans over Halloween Ends any fucking day of the week. If you don't admit that, there's something wrong with your ass. Oh, seriously, man. I mean, look, you might not like all of the movies that Blumhouse does. I don't. Trust me. There's a lot that I'm not a big fan of. You might not even like that he's the hottest property in horror right now. You might not like that. The fact that he is really making the most popular horror films at this moment, and his production company is a brand unto itself. And right now, he is the one that is literally making the hottest horror, the hottest properties out there at this very moment. The money he's spending and the money he's getting back is outrageous. He rules the box office. And again, sometimes you don't like the popular kids out there because you think they maybe have too much advantages, or the fact that maybe they found a way around the system that other people haven't. Who knows, man? But you have to respect this guy. You have to respect the talent. You have to respect the fact that this guy knows how to make a horror film. He knows how to make an effective, cheap, thrilling, zeitgeist horror film that everybody is talking about. And at the end of the day, money talks, bullshit walks, and it's properties like Megan that prove that the guy knows what he's doing. He might not always be successful at it, but when he is, damn, he's pretty goddamn fucking good. Just saying, man. And Megan proves yet again that he knows a hit when he sees one. We'll see if it lasts forever. I don't think it will, but for the meantime, hell, he's got my respect. That's for damn sure, man. And with Megan, he proves yet again that horror is big-ass business. Oh, it truly is, baby. Not bad, and not bad for the movie Love. Pretty solid, actually. But is there anything else? Indeed we do, especially a little bit of Disney 100 love, yes, in the kids section, because, well, if we're going to entice anybody, it's going to be the kids, so that they can say, Mommy, 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 I need the latest Disney Blu-ray. Says no 5 or 6 or 7 or 8-year-old ever. But I guess somebody's gonna do it, right? I mean, you have Frozen, you have Frozen 2, The Jungle Book, Lady and the Tramp, Tangled, Wreck-It Ralph, Zootopia. You know what I'm noticing here, actually? And it's kind of a disturbing trend, because I don't think Target makes the prices. I don't entirely think they do. I think it basically comes down more from Disney and the studio than anything else. But these Blu-rays, here's the deal, guys. They're the old edition Blu-rays. They're not new Blu-rays with new special features. They're the old Blu-ray editions with new slipcovers, right? And they're charging $25 fucking dollars, man, for the old edition Blu-ray with just a new slipcover. Yeah, I mean, it's the truth, man. It's the same Blu-ray editions for all of them. Jungle Book, Lady and the Tramp, Tangled, Wreck-It Ralph, Zootopia, you name it. It's just new slipcovers added on to entice people to buy it yet again. And this is the disturbing trend now with physical media that I'm noticing. And I can't quite fault any of these companies for doing it, because there's a sucker born every single goddamn day, dude. And somebody's bound to buy this shit. But I think we're falling for the slipcover mania a little bit too much. Dude, I love slipcovers. I love them so much. I'm a huge slipcover nut. But even I'm starting to get just a wee bit tired of it, man. These companies taking advantage of collectors and just doing a new slipcover, barely even putting much effort into it, and slapping it on and charging extra just for the slipcover alone. And it's utter bullshit, dude. I mean, it really is. I like Frozen. I like Frozen 2. The Jungle Book's amazing. Lady and the Tramp, man, I grew up with that shit. I love that movie, dude. Tangled is fun. Wreck-It Ralph, Zootopia. And some of the prices aren't half bad. I mean, some of them are $20, but even $20 for a new slipcover is still kind of pushing it a little bit. Unless you don't own these editions, then maybe it'll be worth it. But a lot of Disney collectors already have them, and you're just getting a slipcover with the same disc, and it kind of sucks. Just saying, man, it really does. I mean, I appreciate Disney. I love the work that they do, mostly, but I don't know. This is taking advantage of people in a big, bad way, man. I mean, what do you guys think? Do you guys think that I'm overreacting, or is this a disturbing trend that I'm seeing, man? I mean, these are just very simple slipcovers. They're nothing really grand or amazing. I mean, at least over here, when you have the John Wick ones, I mean, those are pretty inventive and pretty unique. I mean, they're not amazing. They don't exactly blow me out of the water, but at the end of the day, I mean, they're a hell of a lot more, at least creative, than what we're getting with some of the Disney ones. I mean, over here, the same thing with Beauty and the Beast and Little Mermaid and Moana and Toy Story. It's just like, these are great movies, but it's just the same slipcovers, and that's all it really is. And at the end of the day, is it worth buying for just the slipcover alone? And as a collector, you really got to start asking yourself these questions, man. I mean, you really do. Is a slipcover worth it to buy the movie again just for the slipcover alone? This is a big conundrum for collectors, man. It's a huge fucking conundrum. And boutique labels have been getting away with it for years, and now the big major studios are seeing it. They're seeing the success of that, and they're trying to replicate it to lesser effect. But if you're a slipcover nut, you are a slipcover nut for life. And it's editions like this that might just tempt you to buy it for $25, even though you really don't need it. Disney, Disney, Disney. Anything for that extra dollar. Even lazy slipcover love. Of course, look, I love the movies, and I will always love these movies, but is it worth the rebuy? Yeah, I'm not too certain on that. Let me know what you guys think, but I think it's a hot ass ripoff. I do indeed, dude. But, well, Where I think it's a ripoff, somebody else sees opportunity. One man's trash is another man's treasure after all. Good luck to those folks. Good luck to those folks indeed. But hey, more Disney 100 love, and I'm sure we'll see a hell of a lot more of it in the future. God bless our hearts and souls. Oh, indeed, man. But hey, they have the physical media goodies. They have the physical media love. And I definitely appreciate it. Not half bad yet again for Target. Let's head out. Well, Target. I think they done did good. Ooh, I think so indeed. Okay, to be fair, they weren't as good as Walmart. Okay, all things considered. But they definitely were keeping pace. You have to agree with that. I mean, they had a lot of the new release love. They even had Disney 100 slipcovers, which make it now just regular retail price, $25. I mean, seriously? Just slap a regular old slipcover on it, and now they're just charging the same old as any other edition. This is what we're dealing with in the realm of the physical media world now, and it ain't getting any better, folks, so just forewarning. But hey, Target definitely did their due diligence. We definitely had a lot of physical media love to check out, and that always makes me a very happy physical media boy, and I know it does for you as well. Not too shabby here at Target. Definitely like seeing all the love displayed. But how about more physical media love that's out there? I'd like to hope so. Let's go and check it out.
All right, everybody. We are at our third location, the second Walmart. I'm going to go in and check out if there's any interesting indie titles we're showing off. If there is, I'll bring it back to Film Fan 108 HQ and show it off to each and every one of you. But before I do that, I got to talk about a trailer with you guys. And Disney is known for their attractions. And I suppose, well, since they end up doing a lot of movies from their attractions, why not another one? If The Haunted Mansion. Oh, yeah, it's coming to theaters this year, folks, to scare you for a fright. Disney style. Oh, yes, indeed, baby. And look, I'm going to be honest, man. I like Disney. Do I love Disney? Depends. Certain moments I really love Disney, and other moments I'm kind of like cringing. I'm like, really, man? This is what you're putting out? So it's a little bit of here, a little bit of there, depending on the movie, depending on the mood. And as far as the ride adaptations, I mean, Pirates of the Caribbean, let's be real, man, is amazing. I love Pirates of the Caribbean. That's probably the best ride-to-film adaptation probably ever. I mean, let's be real here, man. It truly is, dude. I love some of the sequels, and some of the sequels I felt like were real duds, not all that great. But because it was so successful, they wanted to do more. Like, for instance, Jungle Cruise, which, yeah, not all that impressed, man. I don't, yeah. Not all that great, man. So here I am seeing the Haunted Mansion movie, and I'm like thinking, okay, man, I'm hoping this is going to be worth it. I hope that, yes, it's going to be a thrill ride, it's going to be entertaining, laughs, but also a little bit of those scary moments. Ooh, oh my God, I don't want to look. I don't know if it's ultimately going to be that, but I'll tell you this much, man. The trailer looks fun. And the trailer looks really great, man. And so, at the very least, I really like what I'm seeing, man. And I like some of the look of the ghosts. I like the mansion itself. I like the idea that people are trapped in this mansion and all the ghouls are trying to get them. Like, I think you could have a very entertaining flick doing this, man. And I love seeing certain people in here. Owen Wilson definitely gets the vibe of this movie. I feel like Danny DeVito is going to get it. Rosario Dawson looks like she's having fun here. The kid looks like, ooh, I'm scared. It looks like everyone is playing their parts well, and it looks like it's going to be a fun and entertaining, funny thrill ride. And that's really all I'm hoping for at the end of the day, man. And I gotta admit, as long as it's better than the Eddie Murphy movie, yeah, and it don't take much, man. I'm happy with that. Look, that Eddie Murphy movie, and I like Eddie Murphy, but that movie ain't good. I'm just spitting facts, man. I mean, but they have tried their hand at a few things before. There was another movie that was kind of like an adaptation of a ride that they did. I don't know whether it was Haunted Mansion necessarily, but maybe it was like Tower of Terror or something. It was a movie with like Steve Guttenberg and maybe like Kirsten Dunst was in it or something. It was one of those movies where it was a long time ago. It's not all that memorable, but I kind of enjoyed it for what it was. I kind of look at this movie and I'm hoping it's the best of both worlds. It's the thrills, it's the scares, it's the laughs. I'm hoping maybe it has a little bit of deviousness like House on Haunted Hill or The Haunting. Maybe. I'm not quite sure, man. I mean, it looks like it has some of the Creep Factor vibes, but I'm hoping for the fun, entertaining moments. You know, this movie actually reminds me of another really great horror comedy that I really love from back in the day. Not exactly a classic, but more like a cult classic. Gene Wilder, Dom DeLuise, Gilda Radner, Haunted Honeymoon. Dude, have you ever seen that movie? That is a great flick, man. It is hilarious. It's wild and ridiculous and over the top, and I love the hell out of it, man. Those are the type of scares and laughs that I appreciate, and I think Disney can pull that off, man. I think if you have entertaining characters, if you have, you know, the scary, creepy ghosts, the foreboding mansion, if you have all of the right elements, it'll make for a really great stew that you can really dive into and love and appreciate. Disney doesn't always hit it out of the park. Let's be real, man. They don't. But when they do, man, they are good, man. They're turning everything into live action nowadays. They're turning every spectacle into movies. And I can't quite say they're all working, but it's kind of like spaghetti. You're going to throw it against the wall, and some of it is bound to stick, right? Maybe Jungle Cruise didn't do it for you, but maybe Haunted Mansion will. Look, Haunted Mansion is a big property for Disney, and Lord knows it has a lot of fans, man. So I kind of see that this could be very successful for them, but it's all based on the execution. If the execution is shit, ain't no one gonna see the crap, man. Because look, word of mouth, somebody's gonna say, hey, look, man, and this movie's dog crap. Like, ain't no one gonna see it. But all you need to do is convince the kids. Because if the kids want to go to this and they want to go multiple times, dude, you got a surefire hit on your hands. What do you think? Do you think this has the potential to be a huge money earner for Disney? That it could open up a whole new amount of franchise opportunities? Or is it going to scare itself to box office death? Let me know. It looks fun. Just from the trailer alone, it looks great. And I was entertained by the trailer. And that's at least a step in the right direction. It's just the trailer, though. So the end result could be a whole different thing. But for the meantime, I have just a little bit of hope in it. And that's not where I started. So, upwards and onwards, right? We'll see, man. But definitely let me know. But what about the second Walmart? I mean, we've had some really good stuff so far, but could we have a little bit of indie weirdness as well? Oh, how about we go in and check it out? All right, everybody. In at the good old second Walmart. And it's been a pretty goddamn good week for physical media so far. You gotta admit, Walmart's delivered, Target's delivered, 2 for 2. I'm definitely liking the odds, but what about the indie weirdness, the indie oddities, the indie bizarro, baby? I gotta admit, I got no hopes anymore. I really don't, dude, because this place has not been carrying any kind of weird and odd love that we can't find anywhere else. And it's kind of sad and disappointing in a big bad way. It really is. So here I am yet again coming back in here and thinking maybe we're gonna get something this week. And if I'm being real and honest with you guys, yeah, we're shit out of luck again. We truly are. I hate to admit it. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, the Debbie Downer, but it is the truth, man. There ain't nothing here but sad old disappointment and the same old things over and over and over again. Yeah, that's what it is, man. Yet I'm the ever hopeful optimist, and I'm hoping maybe next week there'll be something worth checking out, maybe, possibly, something to bring back to Film Fan 108 HQ, hopefully, but I guess we'll have to just wait and find out. But this week there ain't nothing, not a zippo zilch, and I'm kind of getting used to it at this point. One of these days we will be surprised with the indie love, and when we do, it'll definitely be glorious, but yeah, not right now, guys. Sad but true, but hey, okay, 2
2 out of 3 ain't bad, but hopefully the next location will have all the physical media love that we crave and desire. Well, let's hope.
All right, everybody, we are at our 4th and final location, and when it comes to the physical media goodies, you know, I've learned a lot of things in my time being a physical media lover. Where to go, where to stay away from, and sometimes where to find a little bit of uniqueness every once in a while. And I hate to say it, but nowadays, well, if you really want it, I guess you could go to the retail stores, or you could just go to a novelty bookstore, because that's where everybody goes, right? Right. Well, hey, you gotta go someplace, and if they got the media, you don't complain. That's for damn sure, baby. You know where we are at, and that is none other than Barnes and Noble's B&N, baby. Back again for the physical media hijinks, and hopefully that includes some physical media love. Let's hope, man. Maybe some goodies we're checking out, maybe some things we haven't seen yet. It's possible. You never quite know what the surprises will hold for good old Barnes and Noble, but in order to find out, how about let's go in and check it all out.
All right, everybody, we are in at good old B&N for hopefully the movie love. Well, I'm already seeing some, so I guess it's a success. Well, we'll wait to see on that, but hey, we're off to a good start. Well, I don't know technically if it's a good start if we're already talking about Babylon. Oh man, the Blu-ray digital for none other than $35. Well, to enter into this party and all the craziness that you're gonna get with it, $35, hell, for the cover charge ain't half bad. Oh man, Jesus Christ, what a wild fucking ride this movie is. I can't say it makes a hell of a lot of sense. I can't say that it ties the room together necessarily, but it is one that you ain't gonna forget anytime soon. And I was thinking about this, I'm like, man, this is such a crazy, ridiculous movie. The antics, so outrageous. I'm like, there can't be a lot of movies like this, right? Well, you'd be mistaken, because there is a lot of movies that kind of take these crazy, wild antics and put their own unique spin on it, man. I mean, come on, the best of them all, or at least one of the best, has to be The Wolf of Wall Street. Martin Scorsese, Leonardo DiCaprio. That movie, I was not prepared when I was walking into the movie theater how much crazy, wild, ridiculous things are in that movie, and the fact that majority of it is true is just nuts. It's fucking crazy, man. But it was so fun and so entertaining, and the filmmaking style that he does with that. I mean, yes, you can have a movie that's crazy and wild and ridiculous and all over the place, but as long as it's focused chaos, then it ends up actually making a lot of sense, and you're more entertained by it than baffled, and he did a brilliant job with that movie. I'd also add Birdman to that list with Michael Keaton. I mean, yes, not as crazy as Wolf of Wall Street, clearly, but there is some really wacky shit in that movie, man. But I thought they did it really well done, just getting into the psyche of this actor and what this performance means to him and all the complications of it. I thought that was great. Of course, you've got to add Boogie Nights to the list, man. Oh, Wahlberg, porn goodness. Oh, come on, man. I mean, that is a crazy, wild ride into the hijinks of the porn industry, man. And it is so well done. And the fact that the actors commit to what they do with that flick, man, give them a lot of credit, man. They go for it, or they really do. That's good. I mean, I'd even say, to a lesser extent, movies like Be Cool with John Travolta, which dive more into the music industry and the crazy hilarity of that. Not really all that good necessarily, but it has its moments for good or bad. Hell, I would even say Map to the Stars. I'm not saying it's good, I'm just putting it on the list. Alright? It's a very uncompromised, uncensored view of Hollywood, man, and it's not everyone's cup of tea, but it is definitely an interesting experience about what people will do to get fame, man. It is what it is on that. Of course, I have to say Singing in the Rain, man. I mean, it's not nearly as wild or crazy as any of this other stuff I mentioned, but it's got some great, hilarious hijinks in it. And actually, weirdly enough, Singing in the Rain is featured at the end of this movie. And I understand what they're trying to do, the idea of how it kind of mirrors the somewhat storyline they were trying to go for in this film, and the advent of talkies and the dying of silent films, and it kind of gets the main character very nostalgic and he starts crying and everything, and they were trying to tie it together with the changes in cinema and how art evolves, and I get it. Ultimately, just didn't really do it all that well, man. I mean, this movie is an experience, and if I say anything, I say it's probably worth watching at least once, at least to experience it and to see what everyone was talking about necessarily. But as far as it being a masterful movie of cinema and talking about art in the 1920s, I don't know if it really did that all that successful, man. I think movies like Singing in the Rain do it better, or Midnight in Paris, the Woody Allen movie, does it fantastic as well. He just doesn't really pull it off, man. The performances are great, and the cinematography, and all of the great sets and the dressings and the costumes, I mean, they're really going for it. They're really wanting to be this big Hollywood Oscar blockbuster. It just doesn't really get there, man, and it's hard to at least pinpoint the fault of who's ultimately the one to blame. But I will say this, man, movies like this, as I said earlier, they just don't get made much anymore, because to put this type of chaos and outrageousness on the screen, man, if you don't get your return back, if you're putting like 100, 200 million plus promotional material into this film and you're not getting the money back, it's hard to really see that it's worth the investment. And Babylon is one of the last of a long dying breed. I'm just saying, man. Interesting, unique, yeah. Ultimately worth it as a timeless classic, I highly doubt that, man. I mean, you do get some special features. You get panoramic canvas, costumes, scoring, deleted and extended scenes. You get a decent amount of extras, maybe to try to figure out what was going on inside their brains, trying to figure out this madness. But like I said, I had some enjoyment with it. It was just a hodgepodge of confusion all over the place. And at the end of the day, it didn't really come together that well. And I just kind of felt like 3 hours was really kind of pushing it, man. It's just me, dude. It has moments, somewhat uniqueness, worthy of a one-time watch, but anything past that, I think's kind of pushing it.
To boldly go where no man has gone before. Well, even though it's good, we've been here before, haven't we, folks? Oh, we have. But every time we revisit it, it does get a little sweeter. Ooh, Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 1 Blu-ray for $48. Okay, not bad, but you know what's even sweeter? The Steely Love. Oh shit, I was not expecting this, man. This is cool. Look at this, man. Yo. Okay, $57, $10 more, but come on, it's the Steelbook Love. And that art is pretty fucking sweet. Come on, man. I mean, that's good art, don't get me wrong, but this is even sweeter. Ooh, yeah. Oh, man. And you know, like I said, I really dug the first season, and I am anticipating where season 2 is going to go. I want to like this show going forward. I want for them to blaze new paths, not do the same thing the original show has done. Trying to, yes, be respectful of the stuff that came before it, honor it, but yet do their own thing. And they're trying to do that, and I appreciate them for that, man. It's not easy. And I kind of feel like we're in this weird headspace with Star Trek right now, that we're trying to cater to a new generation, but at the same time, we're also trying to honor the old stuff and please
the older fan base as well, and sometimes it's working and sometimes it's not. As far as the not, yeah. And the same can be said for, yeah, for Picard too, man. But somehow I think Strange New Worlds really balances that fine line very well, man. And they're definitely trading off of nostalgia with the original series, whether it's the costumes and the characters. They're definitely trying to bring that old school feel to it with a new attitude, sensibility at the same time, man. And I would argue even that we've been trading off of nostalgia with the Star Trek series for a long ass time, man. We're always, in some way, shape, or form, always aping off of the original series. That's where the rules of Star Trek really started. That's where the engaging characters really captivated us. And we've always been kind of trying to reach those heights. Sometimes we've achieved it very well, overachieved it, I would say, with something like Star Trek The Next Generation, and sometimes we fail, kind of like that Enterprise show, which wasn't all that good, man. So it's a bit of ups and downs at times, man, over the years. And I kind of feel like with Star Trek, we really are in a very unique situation where there's so much Star Trek out there in the ether now. I mean, there's still Discovery going on. There's Strange New Worlds. There's the animated Star Trek stuff. Picard is going into their final season. And so, man, as a Star Trek fan, you gotta admit, we have a wealth of great content out there worth at least exploring, man. And I think in some ways, it's a great time to be a Star Trek lover. It truly is, man. Maybe it's not everything you want. We're not getting as much movie love as maybe we should. Maybe some of the series aren't reaching the potential that we would like them to, but at the end of the day, there's a lot of content out there. There's a lot of new stuff for Star Trek fans to dive into. And as a fan base, you always just want something worth it to continue to share your love and continue to really feel that your loyalty to this franchise has been worth it for all these years. And I think Star Trek is proving that. I truly do, man. And so, you know, as a Star Trek fan myself, I've seen the heartaches. I've been there. I've seen the achievements. I've been really happy with them. And I'm just kind of going with the flow now, man. And seeing Strange New Worlds really makes me feel not only nostalgic for old school Trek, but it kind of makes me feel bright for the future of Trek, man. If we can be able to really ride that great line of new school and nostalgia at the same time, I think we can get some great content going forward. And let's hope Strange New Worlds is a step in that direction. I'd like to hope it is. Will it ultimately be? Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and see now, won't we? I guess we will, man. But hey, while you're waiting, you can definitely watch the Star Trek Strange New Worlds Love. Oh yeah, featurettes, gag reel, deleted scenes, audio commentary. Not half bad, man. Not half bad indeed. You know, look, I'm just gonna be real, man. Star Trek hasn't always been the greatest. It hasn't always been pretty. And Lord knows, if you're a Star Trek lover, you know that you've been picked on like a motherfucker over the years. Well, Star Wars is so much better than Star Trek. And oh, you're just a Trekker or a Trekkie, and you're just a geek and nerd. I've heard it all, folks. Okay? I've been through the ringer, man. And yet at the same time, I'm like, fine. I'm a Trekkie. I'm a Trekker. Whatever the fuck you want to call me, man. But I'm a loyal guy when it comes to these, because Star Trek has given me such great content over the years, and maybe not everything has been to my liking, but enough has to keep me coming back, man. And Strange New Worlds proves that you don't necessarily always have to reinvent the wheel. You just have to add a little bit of dash of old school nostalgia with new school storytelling opportunities to make something worthwhile. And Strange New Worlds proves that Star Trek is still in style. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm damn glad for it.
This style definitely has the killer spirit in Megan.
A DVD for $30. Jeez. Hell, I'd just get the Megan toy. You'll get more mileage out of it. Holy hell, dude. $30 for a DVD. Man, Barnes & Nobles drives a hard bargain, don't they? Oh, my lord, man. Oh, baby. But you know who drives an even more harder bargain is Megan, because she's just too good to resist, baby. But she comes from a tradition of a long line of killer dolls. Yes, indeed, she does, man. I mean, whether we're talking about Puppet Master or Dolls or that really great underrated Anthony Hopkins movie Magic. Oh man, that's a great fucking movie, dude. If you've never seen that, watch it. He plays this guy who's a ventriloquist and he has his doll with him and he's kind of losing his psyche a little bit. Is the doll taking over? Or is it all in his imagination? Oh, yes, it's so good, man. You got to give that one a look if you ever have never seen that. It's so worth it, dude. But there's more. Like Annabelle. I mean, yeah, Annabelle is a killer doll, but it's more of like a possession thing than anything else. It's not really Annabelle going around and stalking and slashing people, even though that would be probably much cooler. But just saying, I mean, I guess we got to include her. We'll also at least mention Robert. He's sort of like a poor man's Chucky or some shit like that, but I guess we got to include him on the list. I mean, of course, we do have to include my main man, Charles Lee Ray, Chucky himself, who is probably, let's be honest, the best of them all, man. But there is a movie that I really love, highly underrated, that is such a great killer doll movie, and that's none other than Dolly Dearest. Oh, man. Dude, that is a great fucking movie, dude. I love that flick with Denise Crosby from Star Trek, man. It is a great movie. I love the killer doll aspect. I love how the parents don't really believe the doll is going around like they always fucking do. And of course, the killing comes right to their doorstep. Oh, it's so great. I love the design of Dolly. It's really great, man. I really love that flick. It's kind of so sad that it never got the popularity that it really did. Because I would have loved to have seen sequels to Dolly Dearest, man. The doll ramping up and killing more people. I think she could have been just as popular as Chucky if they really did it right, but they never did, man. Such a shame, but it's such a really good one, man. And it kind of mirrors a lot of stuff with Megan as well, certain story aspects, which I kind of thought was kind of fascinating, man. So Megan comes from a long line of these old school killer doll slasher flicks, man. And it's nice to see the tradition continuing, because dolls are kind of creepy anyways, whether we're talking about Barbies or elf dolls, Teddy Ruxpins, you name it, man. There's always a certain deviousness to looking at it at night with like its eyes staring at you, man. There's something about it that just is unsettling quality. So I've always loved these type of movies and how they sort of scare you as a kid. It's so great, man. It really is. It just makes you nostalgic for the old school days of the killer doll franchise when it was really like going strong, man. And there was so many movies coming out of it. So good, dude. I can't say that Megan is ultimately the greatest of all the killer doll movies, but I like the fresh take that they do with it. They do a lot of homages to the old school killer doll movies, but yeah, also do some things that make it new and fresh as well. With the whole AI tech and the robotics involved in it, it does sort of up the ante a bit, which I definitely appreciate, man. And look, as I said earlier, this movie was hella successful, and it is getting a sequel, Megan 2.0. Oh, man. And I'm kind of curious how they're gonna do a second Megan movie, because now that all the introductions are out of the way and you started up with the whole family dynamic with the sister and the niece, I think you can now just go really just balls deep, man. Just go balls crazy with this thing and just really go for the mayhem. And I'd like to think that Megan 2.0 could be like what Aliens is to Alien, or what Child's Play 2 is to Child's Play, man. Just up the ante even more, bringing the characters back and the madness and the killing and the craziness, and just really go all out. Because now that you know that this is successful, now that you know that people want more Megan, now you can just up the ante. And I'm really hoping that we can kind of get it with it, man, because as much as I did kind of like the movie, I'm not gonna lie, it did feel kind of stale at moments. It wasn't as good as I wanted it to be. I thought it could have been a hell of a lot better, slightly more entertaining. It just felt like there was some really great moments, and then some downtime where you're kind of bored, and then some more entertaining, exciting moments, and then a little bit more boredom. It just kind of traded off a bit. Now that we get all of that stuff out of the way, now let's really just go crazy and outrageous, and that's what I want, man. And I think if I want anything else from Megan, I really want this to open up the killer doll genre again, man, because as much as I love the continuing stuff with Chucky, I kind of feel like I'd like more killer doll movies. Yeah, they're still making the Puppet Master movies, but let's be real, they're really not as good as the old ones. I mean, have you seen some of the new shit? Just saying, man, if you have, I think you'd agree with me. But I just want more great killer doll movies out there. It's a genre that was once huge and exciting and so much potential, and has kind of waned over the years, man. And if Megan proves anything, there is still a hunger for it if you do it right. And Megan proves, and with the right marketing, with a killer doll dancing weird maneuvers and slashing to death, that, hell, I guess anything can be a trend these days. I guess anything can, man. Especially look like a weird, bizarre version of an Olsen twin. Oh my god, man. I mean, you do get the unrated, the theatrical, you get a few special features, not bad. And I do have to admit, I did watch the unrated cut, and I actually like the unrated cut a little bit better. There's a little bit more added blood, gore, not a lot more, but just enough to spice it up a bit, which is what I liked. Look, man, I'm not gonna deny that Megan has become a phenomenon, and take advantage of it while you can, man, because a lot of horror stuff out there, even though it's really great and sometimes very popular, it doesn't really enter the zeitgeist anymore. There's very few that really do it, and Megan is one of the ones that really broke into that. So let's see how it does. Will the sequel be successful? Will Megan continue her terrifying reign? Well, I guess we'll just have to wait and find out, shall we? Who's up for some dragon love with Dragon Slayer? Yes! The 4K digital Steely Love. Oh, look at that, baby. Nice. For $34. They also have the regular Blu-ray as well for $20. Wait a minute. Old school 4K upgrade goodness. And it's less money than Babylon? Jeez, I think you'll get more entertainment value out of the steelbook, folks. I truly do, man. Wow. Oh, I'm so happy to see this, especially at Barnes & Noble's, an essential fantasy adventure. Abso-fucking-lutely it is. Oh, this is so great. Oh, man, dude, I haven't revisited this in ages, man. I mean, back when I was a kid, I was watching all of these fantasy movies, man, whether it was Neverending Story or The Princess Bride, Dragon Slayer. I was watching all that stuff, man. I was just a fantasy kid. I love that type of stuff. And Dragon Slayer was so cool, man. I love the design of the dragon. I love the story. I love some of the actors in here. Peter McNichol is so great. It's a really good tale, a little dark, but man, it's so fantastic. And I love dragon fantasy epics, man. I love Dragonheart, but let's be real, the original is really the best one. They made all the sequels and it kind of watered it down. Reign of Fire is really fantastic as well. I think that's fucking killer of a movie. I think that's fucking awesome. And especially now, there's more of like a resurgence of dragon appreciation out there, especially after stuff like House of the Dragon or Game of Thrones, man, where they really showcase the dragons in a big bad way. I mean, that really, I think, gave people more of an appreciation and a love for dragons. But honestly, it should have always been there, dude, because they're always fucking awesome. They really are, dude. Wow, this is great. Especially the Steely Love. Oh, that is nice. And look at that artwork. That's pretty good, man. It's fucking sweet. You got to admit that, man. That is awesome. I mean, you get the commentary, you get some featurettes, screen tests. I mean, not bad, man. Ooh, I'm smelling a revisit, baby. I truly am, because if this is getting the 4K upgrade love, ooh, we're living in good times. That is for damn sure, man. Dragon Slayer goodness on 4K, especially in steelbook form. That's pretty damn sweet.
Sometimes the Mile High Club can be pretty damn dangerous, doesn't it? Oh, and Red Eye. Oh, look at this, baby. Paramount presents a new one in the long, glorious line of Paramount Presents love. Oh, great. And rest in peace, Wes Craven appreciation. Anybody? Yeah. Rachel McAdams, Cillian Murphy. 2005. Oh my god, it was that long ago? Holy shit. Oh my god, man. Shit. This movie is almost 20 years old. That's fucking nuts. Oh my god, man. Wow, that's crazy. Ooh, man, I remember this like it was yesterday coming out of the movie theater. Damn, I'm getting old. Holy hell, dude. I gotta admit, I like the movie. I don't necessarily love the movie. It is one of Wes Craven's lesser films, to be fair. And I love Wes Craven, man. There is some good things in this film. I mean, Cillian Murphy is one psychotic motherfucker in this flick, dude. He's so good in this movie, dude. The problem is, it's a PG-13 film. And I felt like the film really needed to be R, needed to be a little bit more brutal and intense, man. But the PG-13 just kind of held it back, man. Studio politics and all that shit. Dude, that fucking crap. Oh, man. But it's still got its really great intense moments and thrilling action to it. It's pretty solid, actually. It's not bad, man. I mean, it's nice to see it get the Paramount Presents love. That's pretty damn sweet. And a lot of great special features. I mean, new commentary, new featurettes, old school commentary, old school features as well. I mean, not bad, man. Like I said, it's a good little tight, horrific thriller. It has its moments, but it's not perfect, and I think it could have been way better, man. I mean, if you're going through Wes Craven's oeuvre, right, if you're going through his filmography, there's a lot of really great movies, and there's a lot of really duds. This isn't a true dud, because trust me, it beats out a lot of other things that he did, like My Soul to Take. Anybody? Yeah, that movie's truly shit, but Red Eye, average. And I think even average Wes Craven is better than a lot of other shit out there. Chaotic, crazy, thrilling, plane ride, psycho love. Hey, if it's from the master, Mr. Craven, then it's good enough for me. Who's ready to go missing in missing? The Blu-ray for $39. I like the movie. I don't love it that much. Oh, man. Sheesh. But look, I'm kind of curious now because, as I said earlier, with all the technology that's going on, missing persons really is very easy to figure out nowadays, man. With all of the technology at our disposal, man, everybody now is a detective. Everybody now is, on their computers and figuring out clues and deciphering shit. And so the mystery has kind of been taken away a little bit. I mean, I've seen some documentaries on Netflix which are really fascinating, but I'm like, okay, all these keyboard warriors are out there trying to figure out the clues and, who's really at fault and figuring out the pieces to the puzzle. I mean, everybody is now. And that's just the way society has become. I mean, no longer do you have the super sleuths like Sherlock Holmes out there that is better than everybody else and can figure it all out. Everybody pretty much is that now, and it's kind of taken away from the excitement and the danger aspect to it. And as much as I like searching, as much as I like missing, there is something that gets lost in translation. The more you go down the technological route, the longer that you have all of these things at your disposal, there's a certain level of that adventure aspect that kind of gets lost along the way. I'm not saying completely. If you do it well enough, like these two films did,
I think you could make it still really thrilling and entertaining and twisty and turny, but how long is that gonna last, man? And I feel like with technology, we have lost a little bit of that great storytelling opportunities because on one hand, more technology means better ways to tell a story, but also more technology means that the story gets a little bit more watered down and a little less exciting, and you have to go out of your way to really stretch the story so thin to make up excuses nowadays. That's why I like the older stuff so much more, man. I mean, call me a boomer all you want, I don't give a shit, but at the end of the day, you have to admit those ones are just more effective, and it's just the truth, man. I don't know whether they're gonna do a third film or not in this series. I'd like to see them do another one just to see if they could pull it off again, man, and to see where they would take the story and what kind of twists and turns they would do. I mean, like I said, man, there are certain moments in this film where you really have to stretch believability like a motherfucker, man. That rubber band is stretching so far, and it is trying to not break like you wouldn't believe, man. And you gotta swallow a lot of shit, but it still pulled it off, man. Movies going forward, I can't quite say they will, but for me, I'm not gonna lie, this is a genre that I think is being reinvented with technology, but I think it's being reinvented in the wrong ways. I'll be curious to see where future stories go and how they tell it, but if it's like Missing and Searching, it'll be unique for a short while, but I don't think it will last forever. What do you guys think? Is it long for this world? Is technology going to keep storytelling like this alive and keep you intrigued? Or is it just going to end up being lame and lifeless? Let me know, man. But Missing does have its moments, and it definitely does have some exclusive special feature love, deleted scenes, Easter eggs, commentary, bunch of featurettes. Nice. Hey, man, they definitely jam-packed this disc like a mofo. Damn glad for it, man. Look, I will always love a good meaty thriller, man. I'm a meat and potatoes type of guy, man. I really am. Give me a good mystery thriller and I'm just happy, dude. And these definitely have piqued my interest. Can't say they're timeless, can't say they'll ever be classics, but they're still unique and fascinating and interesting, and we'll see if the momentum can continue. I'm not so sure, but I guess we'll wait and see. Ooh, I guess we will indeed. Not bad for the missing love. Interesting indeed. But there's even more interesting goodness because, yes, you can go missing, but something tells me that if you do go missing, that the good old bat has your back. Oh, yes, Batman Doom that came to Gotham. The Blu-ray digital for $30, a little bit more reasonable, just a wee bit, for what it's worth, man. Oh, God, look, I love Batman. I have always been a big fan of Batman, and will Batman ever really get stale, is my question, because I think they're always reinventing Batman for a new generation, man. And there will always be different iterations that will pique people's interest more than others. If you like a darker Batman, it's out there. If you like the more, kiddie style Batman, there's tales out there as well. If you like the campy Batman, there's definitely takes out there for you also. I mean, I think Batman is one of those really great heroes where you could do so much with him in so many different iterations and adaptations that the character just kind of becomes timeless, man. And I don't think every hero out there really has that opportunity to shine. I mean, as much as I love Superman, and I really do, I'm a huge fan of Superman, I don't know if you could do that with Superman necessarily. It just seems kind of off and wrong at moments, where Batman just kind of feels right. It's so weird, man. I just think he's just the perfect hero to really do anything you want with him, even Cthulhu Lovecraft stories. And that's so odd to say, man, but it really is the truth, dude. And I love the Elseworld stories, and I love Batman as a character and how he brews and his origins and the villains. And just the supporting characters and Gotham City and Arkham Asylum, and it's so rich with storytelling opportunities that I can't wait to see where they go next. James Gunn is going to do a whole new adaptation of Batman. You have the Matt Reeves stuff with Robert Pattinson that's out there. You have the animated stuff with Batman. You even have the old school stuff back in the day. I mean, even The Flash is bringing back fucking Michael Keaton, dude. I mean, seriously, man. I mean, it's fucking wild to me. So I've heard arguments where, well, we're getting too much Batman, and it's getting confusing, and complicated, and convoluted, and people are gonna get tired of it. And I'm like, dude, you're out of your fucking mind, man. How can you ever really get tired of Batman? Unless they do it shitty, right? Unless they really fuck it up. That would be the only way that you'd get tired of it. But they haven't really done that, man. Even in the lesser movies, Batman is still kind of interesting for what he is. And I just can't wait to see where this character goes next, man. If you are a Batman lover, it is a great fucking time to be a Batman fan. There are so much iterations of Batman out there. There are so many opportunities for really great stories to be told. So, you know what? Have at it, man, because you are living in a golden age of Batman glory, and God bless your ever-loving heart, man. Seriously. I mean, you do get Batman, Shadows of Gotham, audio commentary, 2 ones from the DC Vault, not bad. Look, man, I can't say that Batman is my favorite hero of all time, because he's not. He's definitely in the top 10. Where he sort of lands, I'm not entirely sure. I haven't really ever thought about ranking it, but I know he's in the top 10, dude. I really do, man. But I just think that he is a character that really has so many opportunities for really great stories to be told, reinventions to be made, and I can't wait to see where the journey goes with Batman. He's a hero that just keeps on kicking ass all the time, and as a fan, I definitely appreciate it. If I'm on my next plane ride and Gerard Butler is not the pilot, I want my money back. A full-ass refund. Because if the plane goes down, I want that guy by my side. Oh, you bet your ass I do. In plane. The Blu-ray, a digital for $30. Hey, cheaper than a plane ticket. Eh? Just saying. Oh, just saying indeed, man. Oh, boy. You know, look. As I said, I really liked this movie. I thought it was thrilling. I thought there was just enough action to keep me interested. I actually liked the characters. I was invested in the situation, which doesn't always happen with Gerard Butler movies, to be fair. And it was successful enough that they're actually making a sequel. You're probably thinking to yourself, well, wait a second. How do they make a sequel necessarily? Well, yeah, about that. So, it's actually going to be focused on Mike Coulter's character, and it's going to be called Ship. Yeah. So, the first film is Plane. The second film is called Ship. Yeah, you can see where this is going, don't you? These one-word titles. Sure, why the hell not, dude? I mean, I'm just hoping it's good, right? I mean, I don't know whether Gerard Butler's gonna be in it or not, but I like the idea of Mike Coulter's Legionnaire criminal character going on this ship adventure and survival. It kind of feels like Die Hard, right? Just on a ship. And it kind of feels like everybody is aping off of Die Hard. I mean, they've been doing it for years, but I guess they're continuing to do it still to this day, man. I mean, we can never just do one-off films anymore. There's never, one-off action films. If it's successful, the studio always wants to do more because, well, if we don't do another one, we're leaving money on the table. How exactly? I mean, this was a really great one-off film. Why don't we just leave it as a really great one-off little action thriller flick? But no, we gotta make more money or try to suck up as much cash as we possibly can. So yes, there will be a Plane sequel called Ship. Actually, it's filming this year, so next year. Sequel bit time, baby. I don't know if it's gonna be good, bad, but as long as it has a decent amount of action, characters that I can care about, and it's not really boring or sort of unbelievable, kind of like, oh, come on, give me a fucking break type of mentality, then I can go with it. Never thought I'd actually see this movie get a sequel, but yeah, here we are. Good luck with Ship. Actually, now I kind of want Gerard Butler in it, because I just don't want Mike Coulter. I mean, I love Mike Coulter, don't get me wrong, but I mean, they were so good together as a team up. Wouldn't it be kind of cool if Gerard Butler was like taking a vacation and he was on the ship or something, or like he accidentally got on the ship and they kidnapped him or something for money? Like, God, like, get the motherfucker back, please. I don't know how they're gonna do it, but we'll see. I mean, sometimes you just want a movie to just be a movie. You don't want too many sequels. But then again, this is Hollywood, so what the fuck am I talking about, man? Do you think this movie deserves a sequel, or do you think that, shit, why not, man? I mean, they've made sequels to other things that don't really deserve it, so why not this? Just saying, man. This is good, but if you do too many of them, it kind of becomes watered down. I know. Such a boomer. I mean, you get some special features. Your captain, brace for turbulence, trailer. I mean, you get a few things here. Nothing really spectacular, but were you really all that surprised? I mean, come on, man. It could be worth it to do another film, but honestly, sometimes a one-off is just what the doctor ordered. Am I wrong? Ah, shit, I'm probably wrong. But regardless of how Ship turns out, Plane is definitely worth the ride. Just saying, man. Just saying indeed. Not bad on that. And, oh, by the way, they also got in The Walking Dead love. Yes, they finally did. Lord knows they didn't have it when they needed it, but sure, get it in now, of all things. The 11th season for $50. Hopefully you're a big Walking Dead fan, because you're gonna have to brace your wallet for a lot of impact. That's for damn sure, man. But when I talked about the 11th season, the final season of Walking Dead, I said, well, it's really nice that it's ending, and, you know, put this thing to rest already, will ya? But then I thought to myself, I'm like, yeah, about that. Yeah. Do we really think that the Walking Dead franchise was just going to end there? That was going to be it? Sayonara? Hasta la vista, baby? Yeah, that wasn't gonna happen, man. I mean, we are gonna get the final season of Fear the Walking Dead, so at least that thing's ending, but there's gonna be 3. Count them, 3. Let's count together. 1 spin-off, 2 spin-offs, 3 spin-offs. Oh, you're good at your numbers, folks. Oh, shit. Yes, count them, 3 fucking spin-offs of The Walking Dead. So we're going to get a Maggie and Negan spin-off, right? That'll be fun. In fact, why didn't Maggie ever kill off Negan, considering that he's the one that killed Glenn? Why didn't she ever get revenge on him? Oh yeah, because he became really popular and the show wouldn't let him die. Of course, yeah, that makes sense. Oh, God. And then we're going to be getting a Daryl spinoff, because everybody loves Daryl's personality enough for him to be solo in a series. Okay. In fact, it was supposed to be him and Carol, but she didn't want to come back to do another spinoff, and I actually don't really blame her. She is so great in the show, or at least she was when I was watching it. It would have been cool for her to continue, but I don't really blame her. But regardless, we're getting a Daryl spinoff, and then we're getting a Rick and Michonne spinoff as well. And I'm thinking to myself, my God, man, this is never gonna end. This is just never ending. Like, when the nuclear apocalypse happens, the things that are going to survive are going to be taxes, cockroaches, Cher, and, oh, by the way, The Walking fucking Dead. My God, man. It's just crazy. And there's a part of me that wants them to be successful, because it's cool to see the zombie genre continuing, and these are very popular within the genre, so they keep that subgenre of horror alive. But at the same time, man, it's been overplayed like a motherfucker, man. And what can they really do? And they've tried their hand at spin-offs before, and they haven't really been all that successful, so how are these going to be any different? Well, they're a lot of the main characters, but if all of these main characters are getting their spin-offs, why didn't we just keep doing The Walking Dead? I mean, if we're just spinning off all these popular characters into their own shows, wouldn't it have just been better to keep The Walking Dead continuing with all these popular characters still together? I'm just saying, man, I'm spitting facts. Don't hate on me, will ya? I don't know, dude. I mean, I haven't even finished The Walking Dead yet. I gotta go back, and I gotta end up watching the later seasons, and even then, I don't know if I'm gonna go and do the spin-offs. Are you guys gonna do it? Are you seriously interested in these spin-offs? Because, man, it just feels like they're just throwing spaghetti at the wall at this point. I mean, don't get me wrong, there are certain franchises that I love, but at a certain point, don't you gotta call it quits? Don't you gotta know when it's over, man? At this point, kind of beating a dead horse. I mean, The Walking Dead is still popular enough for these shows to continue, but how long is that really gonna last, man? Because the audience ain't what it used to be. I'm just saying, man. I mean, back in the early days, man, this show was like a zeitgeist water cooler show. And towards the end, it still had a decent fan base, all things considered, but was it really as popular as it used to be? I don't know. We'll see what the spin-offs give us. I'm not expecting much, but hey, I could always be surprised. These franchises just never fucking die. Kind of like zombies. So, yeah, I guess it makes sense. The presidency can be a real pain in the ass, especially when you're Richard Nixon. In Gaslit, the complete limited series for $25. Not bad for a little package of limited series love. Interesting, man. And look, as I said earlier, it really fascinates me with the whole Nixon scandal, Watergate stuff. The boldness of it, yes, but also the stupidity and everything in between, man. And it's just wild to me that even an event like this, that is so many years old and yet not really forgotten by time, and they're still making stuff about it. It's just wild to me. But when something is this powerful of a story, you're gonna go back to it eventually within movies and TV series, you name it. It's just inevitable. And I love diving into that. And some of my favorite movies dealing with it, I mean, movies like All the President's Men, which is absolutely fantastic. I love that movie, man. Frost Nixon, which is a great adaptation of doing that interview with Nixon and really trying to push him to the truth, man. I love that. Even a movie like Dick. Do you remember Dick, man? Well, I'm talking about the movie, folks. Get your mind out of the fucking gutter, will ya? Yeah, with Kirsten Dunst and Michelle Williams, man, back in 1999. Oh, dude, that's a great film and kind of forgotten a bit. Yes, it has a more comedic bent to it, but it's still really fun and entertaining, man. It's so great. God, I love that movie, man. Oh, that's definitely worth a revisit, man. I mean, whether you're doing comedic takes or more dramatic turns, it's still always fascinating to revisit it from different perspectives, different points of views, man. And Gaslit is yet another one. I mean, you've got really great actors here. You've got a compelling story. It may be worth diving into. Maybe. Keep that in my brain. In the back of my brain. One day I'll get to it. Maybe. Maybe indeed, man. We've got a little bit of Richard Nixon love, but nothing, and I mean nothing, truly beats the Chucky goodness. Oh, season 2, baby, yes. Oh, man. Don't fuck with the Chuck. Oh, you bet your ass, man. Man, especially with those abs. Fuck. God, I'm so fucking jealous. Jesus, man. This was so great, and it was so entertaining and humorous and bloody and just a killer good time. Pun totally intended, man. And I gotta give Chucky a lot of credit. I've gotta give Don Mancini a lot of credit, man, because he still is invested in this show, still invested in this series so many years later, man. And it takes a creator who truly loves their creation in order to stick around, man, because most times with a lot of these people who create these properties, after a while, they kind of cut loose and they leave, man. Whether it's Sean S. Cunningham or James Wan, all these people, I mean, they create something and eventually they kind of leave because they get tired of it or it's overplayed, something like that. But Don Mancini, man, he's stuck around for years, and God bless his heart and soul, man. Really, it's just great that he continues to do this. And I love all of the movies, and the series is really fucking killer and it's awesome. And it's really the only series that is still continuing with its main timeline. You don't see Freddy doing that shit. You don't see Jeepers Creepers, Jason Voorhees, Michael fucking Myers. I mean, Hellraiser has been rebooted to death, to hell and back. And even the Leprechaun has. I mean, nobody is continuing the original storytelling franchise anymore. It's all about reboots and remakes, and yes, Child's Play got its own remake, don't get me wrong, but Don Mancini was never involved in that. Don Mancini actually ended up speaking out against it. It was like, I was never involved in this, I never gave my blessing to it, there's no fucking way I approve of this, and he wants to continue the franchise and continue this until people don't want to see it anymore. He'll continue this franchise and the success of it, and I love that. I love the dedication, man. I mean, the dedication from him, the dedication from Brad Dourif, of all people, who is a really great, successful actor in his own right, coming back to continue to voice a killer doll these many years later. Dude, I give him a lot of credit, man. Jennifer Tilly coming back to the franchise, all these other people coming back. I love the dedication and the appreciation to Chucky, man. And now with all of these horror franchises that are sort of dwindling down or watering down or rebooting like a motherfucker, remakes up the ass, you got to appreciate the fact that the series and Don Mancini and everybody involved is still dedicated to continuing the story after all these years. Nobody does it as good as Chucky. You got to admit it, man. You really do. I mean, all the bonus features you get is deleted scenes, which is kind of a bummer, all things considered, man. I would have loved featurettes, commentary. I would have loved that stuff. But that being said, man, Chucky is awesome. It is amazing. The fact that this character is still continuing and as popular and as stronger as ever. I would have never thought 10, 20 years ago you would have told me that this character was going to be still around and the story was going to be continuing and we would be getting this. I would have said you were full of shit. But here we are, man. The icons never truly die, and Chucky, well, for good or bad, is definitely one of them. Oh, you thought that was it, didn't ya? Ah, come on. I mean, when we come to Barnes & Nobles ever so occasionally, we have to check out the Criterion Collection, love. And even though it's not time for the sale goodness quite yet, there's still new release love we're showing off. Because when it's Criterion, it's gotta be David Lynch. Oh, yes, with Inland Empire. Wow, the Blu-ray love, man. Holy shit. Oh, man. I gotta give Criterion a lot of credit, and I'm dead serious, because this is a crazy, wild film, man. I mean, this is probably one of the most weirdest that David Lynch has ever done, and I dare you to disagree with me, man. Most probably haven't even seen Inland Empire. You've seen a lot of the other stuff that he's done, man. Obviously, whether it's Eraserhead or, I mean, thinking about Elephant Man, for instance, obviously a lot of people have seen that, or Twin Peaks Fire Walk With Me. A lot of those ones I really love and I dig in a big bad way. But this one here is actually one of the way more lesser known David Lynch movies, and I think probably because it's so fucking weird, people are like, yeah, dude, I tap out. Like, my God, man, I could deal with some weird shit, Lost Highway weird and everything like that, but man, this just is just way in the deep end, dude. But that's David Lynch, man. I mean, you've watched any David Lynch films, man, he just has one weird, nightmarish, fucked up brain, and the imagery that comes out of that is fucking wild, dude. And Inland Empire is one of them. Basically, it's about this Hollywood actress, and sort of her descent into madness, like going down a rabbit hole of it, and all of the hallucinatory imagery and the dreams of the unconscious mind, and it just goes into some weird, crazy places, man. I mean, Laura Dern is so good in this movie, but this movie ain't for everybody, man. I like some weird shit. I really do. I've got some real doozies in the collection, so I do like David Lynch, but I'll fully admit, man, David Lynch is not for everybody. Not even close, man. So take it with a grain of salt, but this is a really unique movie, and at the very least, it's worth watching once, man, because can't say you'll fully understand it. I can't say that you won't need psychological help after watching it, but that being said, you will be fascinated like a motherfucker. Just saying, man, you really will, dude. Nice that it got the Criterion Collection, because this is one where when it hits the 50% off sale, I might just have to grab it. Might just have to be part of the collection, man. I mean, you got new conversations between Laura Dern, Kyle MacLachlan. What? 75 minutes of extra scenes? Holy shit. Oh my god, man. Are you fucking kidding me? Holy shit, I know David Lynch shoots a lot of stuff. I know that he cuts a lot of things from his films to somewhat streamline it, but 75 minutes? Wow. Yo, that's an entire movie in itself, practically. Holy shit. Oh my god, man. Dude, short film, trailers, readings. Oh my god, man, there's a lot of stuff here. Holy shit, this is awesome, dude. I love the Criterion Collection. You know that I love the Criterion love, man. And they have given David Lynch a lot of love. They truly have, man. And yet more weird, fucked up David Lynch to add to the Criterion Collection. You know, sometimes God works in mysterious ways. Oh, he truly does. And this is yet another one of them. Damn, that's pretty damn cool. Well, that's a potential pickup. That's for damn sure. When it becomes 50% off. Oh, yeah. Definitely my jam, baby. Definitely indeed. More weird collection love. Oh, it's worth adding a little bit more. Bet your ass it is. Not bad with the Criterion Collection. Goodness, of course, having all of the TV love, Nixon, Chucky, of course, all of the great new releases in between, all over the place. Oh, it's been quite good for Barnes & Nobles this week. They have definitely been doing their due diligence, and me as a movie lover absolutely appreciates it, baby. Very nice indeed. Let's head out. Oh, Barnes & Nobles, you treat me so good, I can't quit you now. Oh, I can indeed, baby, because when it's this good, I'm coming back for more. You can bet your ass on that. Oh, so damn sweet for the physical media bonanza love. Oh, it is great. Oh, it truly is, man. Things that we hadn't seen, steelbook goodness, new releases, Criterion surprises. Yep. Ben Barnes & Nobles does their due diligence when they do their duty to show off that physical media booty. God damn, do they do it well. Oh, you bet your ass they do, man. So damn sweet. Oh, you gotta love it, man. You just really do, man, because they still treat physical media well. Yeah, the prices are a little fucked up. Yeah, I'll fully admit on that one. But just coming in here and seeing all of the old school DVDs and the new releases and the Criterion, you just love it. And I love coming in here every week now. It's kind of become my religion at this point, man. I just come in here and just soak it all in, take it all up with the physical media love. Oh, just makes me a very happy physical media fanboy. It really does, man. I hope it does for you as well. But it's been a good week for the physical media love, hasn't it? They've definitely been doing good this week. So, not bad for the in-store love, but how about we head home and finish the video? Alright, everybody. That'll do it for the Blu-ray and DVD. Out and about video this week, and it wasn't bad, man. Actually, it was pretty sweet, all things considered, man. There was a lot of physical media to show off, yes.
Not every place had the goods. I'm looking at USEC and Walmart, but I'm kind of getting used to the fact that they don't have jack shit anymore. So every once in a while we may be surprised, but I don't know if it's going to be, an every week occurrence, obviously. But that being said, guys, look, it was really solid. We had a lot of great stuff to talk about, great movies to dive into, media to show off, and look, that's all I'm asking for, baby. All I'm ever asking for. And this week, oh, it definitely delivered. Oh, it damn sure did, man. Hopefully you enjoyed it. Hopefully you found something that you enjoyed worth picking up. If you did, definitely let me know. As far as I'm concerned, ooh, yeah, I picked up some goodies. Oh, indeed I did. Now, I'm going to be honest with you. I did not pick up Megan. Ooh, I was kind of close to almost picking it up, man. And I decided to hold off on Megan. It's not that I don't like the movie. I told you guys that I did. But I think it's kind of going to be one of those titles that I'm going to hold off on for a while, man. There's other things, back catalog stuff that I've been wanting to get for a while. Other new releases I'm more anticipated for that I'm going to be grabbing before Megan, and that's okay. Look, a lot of these new releases, especially popular ones like Megan, they're going to be around for a long while, man. They're not going to be going out of print anytime soon. So, yeah, even though I didn't get it right now, I'll get it later. And as a physical media collector, you guys know that, look, you have to prioritize. And certain things take precedent over others, and you have to pick and choose. And, well, Megan, as much as I love Killer Doll Love, and trust me, it will be part of my collection eventually, just not going to be now, man. But that being said, even though I didn't get any new release love, I still got some good releases worth checking out, man. And I will admit, I picked up a few things from some really great sales, man, like Shout Factory Love, more specifically Scream Factory Love. They had a really great sale recently, some really great titles for some really good low prices, and a lot of them, honestly, I either already had or didn't really want, but there was two things that I definitely were interested in, and the price was right for me to pick them up. And the first is none other than a really great take on the Frankenstein lore in The Bride. Yes, Sting and Jennifer Beals, baby. A woman born of electricity, a man driven by obsession. Yeah. Oh, man. I always really love this movie. And my enjoyment of it actually sparked back up when I saw one of the great horror documentaries that's out there recently. And they showcased it, and I was like, oh, man, I hadn't really thought about this movie in so long, and I ended up watching clips and watching it again and loving it, and I'm like, oh man, I know Scream Factory put it out, and I didn't have it as part of the collection, so I had to do it, man. I really do love this movie. It's more romantic drama than horror necessarily, but there is horror elements in there that are really fantastic. I think Sting is great here. I think Jennifer Beals is really great as well. So there are some really great things to really love in this for sure, man. And I was like, ooh, I kind of gotta pick it up, man. So yeah, I figured why the hell not, man. Another one to add to this Scream Factory collection. It's quite vast, but why not add another? Why not indeed, man? So, oh, Bride. Oh, and I love Frankenstein tales, man. I love the old school Frankenstein. I love young Frankenstein. I love all these interesting takes about the lore and the legend. And Bride is yet another one to add to that long list of Frankenstein love. That's for damn sure, man. Not bad. I also ended up picking up one more that I hadn't really thought about, honestly, until again going and watching one of the great horror documentaries that is out there. They featured it, and I was like, man, this movie just never really was even on my radar, and now it's very much on my radar, and that is Fear No Evil. Yes. Alexandria High, class of 81, all the students are going to hell except Andrew. He sent them there. Oh, he did indeed, man. goddamn, man. This looks fun. And this looks really quirky and weird and interesting. Just this uh, kid in high school, and the idea that Lucifer is coming back now in the form of this young boy, and all the crazy, horrific complications that go there, man. I love this type of stuff, man. I love the Omen films. The Omen films are great, especially the later ones. Like, I love Omen 2, and man, I love Omen 3, The Final Conflict, man. I love that shit, dude. Seeing Sam Neill as, you know, the embodiment of Satan and everything. Like that is so great, man. And I've always loved those movies, and to see it done a little bit more cheesy and ridiculous is kind of fun to it as well. I can definitely dig that, man. This looks fun, this looks unique, this looks interesting. It's definitely right up my alley, and I'm gonna give it a go, man. I watched the trailer, I watched a lot of clips, the stuff from the horror documentary, and I'm like, okay, you kind of got me, dude. So, not a lot of money to pay for a good old blind buy, but I did my research, I did my due diligence, and I think it's gonna be staying. Oh, you bet your ass, man. Not bad for a little bit of Scream Factory love. Only got a couple of Scream Factory titles, but look, I got a lot of Scream Factory love in the collection already, so 2 at a lesser price, I'll definitely take. Not bad. But then there was another sale that was going on, and that was Wild Eye Releasing, man. Wild Eye Releasing was doing their own sale, and a lot of stuff was for a really great price, and I was like, ooh, there is some things I kind of wanted. So I figured, why not try my hand at grabbing a few things? Didn't know whether they would come with slipcovers, didn't know what condition they'd come in. I don't really buy from Wild Eye, so this was kind of new for me, but I'm glad I finally did, because, man, there were some great titles worth exploring, man. Like none other than Bloody Muscle Bodybuilder from Hell. Oh, I know what you're thinking. What the fuck? What the hell is this, son? So, I had learned about this movie a long while back. And, you know, I've always said to you guys, what's interesting about horror movies is that you can go from all of the more popular mainstream stuff, and eventually down the line what ends up happening is that people recommend you other things. You're like, okay, these are the popular ones, and then these are the lesser popular ones, and these are like the ripoffs and the homages, and you just go down the rabbit hole, man. And this is one of those ones that is a direct influence from Evil Dead. And it's taken all of the crazy complications of Evil Dead and just making a Chinese-Japanese version. This is literally, from what the back says, the Japanese Evil Dead. That's what this is, man. And so it's kind of unique and interesting to me. I'm like, okay, man, this is like Evil Dead, but only Japanese. Like, this is weird and odd, dude. And I'm kind of going to give this thing a go, man. I don't know. This thing is really weird and fucked up and all kinds of bizarro, but it's kind of my jam when done right. And this kind of looks it, dude. I ended up actually looking up clips and the trailers, and it looks wild and crazy and weird, and I'm for it, man. You know, I've been telling you guys as of recent that I've been getting into more like Korean, Japanese cinema, man. If you guys have kept up with some of the pickups that I've done and some of the other stuff that I've gotten in recent years, you know that I'm starting to slowly dive into that. And man, you could go down a rabbit hole of some weird, messed up shit, man. So this is yet another one in that category. I'm hoping it's really good. Look, I did my due diligence. I looked up clips and reviews and trailers and everything like that to sort of get a feel for the movie. And I think I'm going to be pleasantly surprised. We'll hopefully have a nice place in the collection for it. Let's hope, man. If you've ever seen it, definitely let me know. But this looks really messed up in the most glorious of ways. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. Not bad on that. And with the Slippy Love, too. That ain't half bad. But more Wild Eye Releasing goodness, because this was a documentary that caught my eye because, man, I love this guy. I love his work. And for me, having a great documentary about him is even sweeter. And that is none other than Smoke and Mirrors, the story of Tom Savini. Yes, baby. Look at this. The Slippy Love. And, oh, look at that. Woo. Look at that, man. Not bad, baby. Look, I love Tom Savini's work, man. If you are a horror lover of any magnitude, you have come across his work one way or another. Friday the 13th, or you can go and look at the great stuff that he did with Romero and some of the really great stuff that he did for Creepshow and so on and so forth, and the work that he did on Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2, and you could just go on, man, for Maniac and The Prowler, and my God, man, his influence runs deep. Still does to this day, man, because his work is just that damn good. And I'm always watching documentaries on these movies. He's always there talking about his work. But what about the man himself? What about his ultimate life story? And it's nice to get that story here, man. I haven't watched it yet, but I watched the trailers and the clips, and this is up my alley, man. I love a good documentary, really diving into certain artists within the genre in Hollywood, making ofs, and this is totally me, man. So when this was on sale, I knew I had to grab it, man. Tom Savini is a legend in the industry, a legend in the horror genre, and that legend is still felt to this day. But to get one about the man, the myth, and legend himself, that's pretty damn sweet. Not bad for the Tom Savini love. Pretty goddamn good. Not bad on that. And then I ended up deciding to get one more. And this is one that's kind of been on the radar here and there, but I never actually ever picked it up, man, until a really great sale. And I'm like, you know what? This one is definitely worth getting in a big bad way. Ooh, some more H.P. Lovecraft love, anybody? Oh, yes, with The Unnameable. Oh, yes, man. There are things on God's earth that we can't explain and we can't describe from the depths of hell. Oh, yeah, baby. Man, from unearthed classics. Not bad, baby. Not bad indeed. Dude, look, I'm going to be honest. I love H.P. Lovecraft, and if you've been watching this week's video, you know it. I've been talking about Batman, I've been talking about the Cthulhu legacy, the Cthulhu influence, H.P. Lovecraft, and I love that shit, dude. I've talked about it, how much I love things like From Beyond and Reanimator and so many really great stuff, man, that's out there in the ether. And I just love certain tales that you can spin into modern day adaptations. And H.P. Lovecraft is so ripe for it, man. His stuff is so vivid and dark and disturbing. And if you do an adaptation right, it's going to hit, and it's going to hit hard. And this is one of those adaptations in a big bad way. I mean, it's so good. And I love the design of the creature. I love the story. It's so well done, man. And I've always enjoyed it. And it's one that I've always wanted in the collection. But I was always kind of passing it by. There was other things to grab and other things to do. And I was like, shit, I'll get to it eventually. And, well, eventually is now. Unfortunately, it didn't come with the Slippy Love. But beggars can't be choosers. And so I'll definitely take it regardless, man. Hey, any good H.P. Lovecraft adaptation has to end up finding my way into the shelf, and this is yet another one, man. And it's just kind of weird because I talk about H.P. Lovecraft Cthulhu this week, and I also pick up little H.P. Lovecraft goodness as well. Hey, the Lord works in mysterious ways. He truly does, and The Unnameable is one of the good ones. That's for damn sure, man. Not bad for the H.P. Lovecraft appreciation. Ooh, absolutely, man. So now that the Wild Eye Unearthed Love is out of the way, there is a couple more things that I got, man. Now, this I actually got through Facebook Marketplace. And, you know, everybody is selling things all over the place, man. Great physical media editions and titles out there, and some you need and some you don't. And this is a title that always sort of intrigued me. And anytime that I tried to look it up to get an edition of it, it's going for big money because it's out of print. Every single, I believe, edition of this movie, if I'm not mistaken, is out of print. And I was like, damn, I may never get an edition of this until this guy Facebook Marketplace was like, hey, I'm selling this. I asked him, hey, is it in good condition, et cetera, et cetera. What's the price? He gave me a really solid deal for this. And I'm like, okay, man, I finally am getting it. And damn glad for it, because I'm hearing good things about a little bit of a Raven Banner love with Turbo Kid. Oh, yes, baby. My God, man. Michael Ironside in this motherfucker. Look at this. Woo, baby. This is pretty damn sweet. And yes, if you look this up, if I'm not mistaken, is completely gone, is out of print. You cannot find this in just any old Amazon search unless you pay a decent amount of money for it, especially on eBay. Yeah, I'm not even kidding you, man. There's a lot of different editions out there of this movie, but I think all of them are pretty much done, not a zippo zilch, no more. And if you want it, you're going to pay a decent amount of money. But hey, I still got a good deal for it, and damn glad for it, man. I've heard great things about this film. I heard that it's fun, it's entertaining, it's post-apocalyptic, it's wild, it's all over the place, but it's hella fun and crazy and kind of dark and twisted as well. And I'm like, oh, really? And so I was just looking up like the trailer, and I'm looking up all this stuff, and I'm like, dude, this looks really great. This looks awesome, man. And I've always been wanting a great edition of this, and I've just been waiting and waiting and waiting, and oh man, I finally, I guess you could say patience paid off, right? Because, you know, when you look at enough posts on Facebook, if you're doing your due diligence enough, you'll eventually find it one way or another. And Turbo Kid, oh, I definitely finally got it in my hands, thank God. And I don't think it's going anywhere anytime soon. That's for damn sure, man. Not bad for the Raven Banner love, man. Certain things go out of print before you ever can realize that they do, man. And once you do, it's tough to kind of get them back in stock again, and you're going to pay big-ass money. But hey, if you wait long enough, anything's possible. Oh, that's for damn sure, man. Not bad on that. But one more thing to show off, baby. I had quite the stack, but this is pretty damn sweet, man. And the reason why I wanted this, again, was because of the horror documentary love, man. And I gotta admit that I love the In Search of Darkness ones. I think the In Search of Darkness movies are fucking fantastic. And one of the great things about those documentaries is they really open you up to other movies that you either A, dismissed or didn't really think of right away. And so this is one of those movies where I didn't really think much of it at the time when it came out in this special edition, and I was like, whatever, I'm not going to pick this up. And then watching the documentary and looking at the clips from the movie, I was like, oh my God, this looks great. Why did I pass on this? And then it's going through the whole thing of searching for it and the eBay and all that stuff, man. So glad I finally got it, because it looks pretty damn sweet. And thank In Search of Darkness for giving me inspiration to add another horror movie to the collection with none other than Death Ship. Oh, yes. George Kennedy, Richard Crenna, baby. My God, look at this. This is awesome, dude. This is great. Look at that. The Slippy Love. The back there looks really cool. And actually, I got to give the guy that I got this from on eBay a lot of credit, because, dude, it came in this really great plastic protector, man. It's awesome. Dude, this is fantastic, man. The slip is in beautiful condition. I don't want to take it out or anything, but I already did. I checked the disc and the artwork. Everything's pristine, baby. It's all good, man. But, dude, this was one of the ones that, again, passed me by because I was like, that shit. I got bullshit, man. And, you know, as a physical media collector, as a physical media lover, you guys know that sometimes you discount something at first, and you don't really think much of it. And then maybe years later, you go back and revisit it, or get reminded of it again, and you're like, dude, this is way better than I ever thought it was going to be, and son of a bitch, man, why didn't I pick it up? And Death Ship is another one of those, man. It looks like just this fun ride of being on this ship and all of these people getting killed in crazy, ridiculous ways. It just looks wild and weird and totally up my alley, man. And this is actually the Ronin Flicks exclusive edition of Death Ship with the exclusive slipcover. And man, I so wanted this. And so when I ended up actually finding out about this after watching the horror documentary, rediscovering it, I was like, dude, how can I get this? I went on Ronin Flicks website, they didn't have any more. I'm like, oh shit, how do I get it? Does Amazon have any? Okay, Amazon doesn't have any. And then I was like, okay, well, you kind of know what I got to do, man. I got to go down the eBay rabbit hole. I don't want to do it, but I got to do it with this. And there was one copy on eBay left. Swear to God, man, ain't no one selling other than this one seller. That's it. This one copy. And that is it, man. And so he was doing this bidding war for it. There was like 6 days left. And I was like, okay, I'm gonna do my due diligence. When it's about time to strike, you bet your ass I'm gonna do it, baby. So I was just counting down the days. I kept on looking at it. And the final like minute, 30 seconds, I put in my bid, man. And I think I got it for like $30+, like 40, something like that. And dude, it's so well worth it, man. This is an out of print edition. They're not making any more of them. This is it. Done, finito, over, man. And like I said, when I looked on eBay, there was only one copy that was being sold. That's it. No one else is selling this motherfucker. And so I'm like, dude, if I didn't find it from the horror documentary when I did, and if I didn't look on eBay when I did, I would have never gotten this. And, you know, it's always one of those things where the perfect moment, the perfect time, the right way the stars align. I don't know how to say it, man, but I mean, I just love the idea that for some weird way, some weird reason, maybe I was meant to get this, man. Maybe it just struck at the right time where it was like the perfect moment to have it. And who knows, man, but I'm really glad to finally do this. Death Ship looks really fun, really great. I've watched a little bit of it already, and man, I have a ball with this. I'm so glad to have this, man, because it deserves a place on the shelf. That's for damn sure, man. Not bad, and came in great condition as well. So, man, perfection all around, baby. That's for damn sure. A little bit sweet, out of print love. Oh, I'll definitely take it, man. Not bad, and not bad for the physical media goodies. Sale love, a little bit of out-of-print goodness. Oh, yeah. As far as good old physical media for the shelf, I think these will do. And before I let you guys go, I gotta talk about this. Now, I am an advocator for physical media. If you are watching this, if you've been watching the channel, oh, by the way, you're watching a physical media lover's channel. I hate to break it to you. Okay? But it's the truth, man. And so, this news excites the hell out of me, man. Because I never thought I'd see the day where Disney changes its tune, but apparently so. From Media Play News, CEO Bob Iger, less is more, diversity of content distribution, including home entertainment among new Disney focuses. Let's dive in, shall we? Oh, yes. Disney CEO Bob Iger is putting a singular focus on operating costs company-wide as media companies reevaluate existing all-in streaming business strategies that have led to skyrocketing fiscal losses and cooling subscriber growth, including a $1 billion, that's with a B, loss at Disney's direct-to-consumer digital segment in the most recent quarter. Speaking March 9th at the Morgan Stanley Technology, Media, and Telecom Conference in San Francisco, Iger, who prefaced his renewed business outlook by claiming to be bullish on streaming, said the company has to figure out SVOD pricing in order to justify ongoing spending. Iger in February announced company-wide job cuts totaling 7,000 as part of an effort to reduce operating costs by more than $5.5 billion. Calling streaming video the ultimate a la carte entertainment proposition, Iger said the ease with which consumers can jump and switch between streaming platforms at minimal or no cost has to be rationalized when it comes to subscription pricing. In our zeal to grow global subs, I think we were off in terms of that too low pricing strategy, and we're now starting to learn more about it to adjust accordingly. When asked about the status of Disney's majority stake ownership of Hulu and opportunity to buy Comcast's remaining 33% stake for a minimum of $27.5 billion in 2024, yeah, it's just a minimum $27 billion. Yeah, it's in Mickey's pocket change, obviously. Oh my God, man. Iger said the current very tricky economic environment informs Disney's future plans with Hulu. Before we make any big decisions about our level of investment, our commitment to our business, we want to understand where Hulu could go, he said. In addition to growing digital subscribers across Disney+, ESPN+, Hulu, and Hulu+, Live TV, Iger says renewed focus on platform content spending and distribution has to be put on the table and out of the streaming basket. Indeed, when David Zaslav became CEO of the new Warner Bros. Discovery Media company, he was surprised to find that 60% of the content on HBO Max was not being viewed. That's a reality apparently not lost on Iger, who abruptly replaced his successor and big streaming champion, Bob Chapek, who late last year, in part because of the ballooning streaming costs and losses, among many other things, obviously. While admitting Disney Plus will not see the meteoric subscriber growth experienced upon launch in late 2019, Iger contends the platform remains relatively new in international markets, excluding India, which comprises more than a third of all Disney Plus subscribers. The CEO criticized his predecessor's business restructuring that he called basically a giant revenue-generating division that separated distribution, advertising, sales, subscriptions, etc. from content creation, where Iger said all the money was being spent. I happen to believe there needs to be a direct connection between what's being spent and what's being earned from a revenue perspective. It's all about accountability. It's about understanding the marketplace. So when you make decisions on spending, it's tied directly to revenue generation and vice versa. Iger claimed too much was being spent on marketing platforms and not enough on marketing content and programmings. That needed to be put back together, not just for any sanity purposes, but also because there are opportunities to reduce expenses. I don't think it was as efficient as it could have been, or as targeted as it should have been. In relation to the $3 billion in content spending cuts, the emphasis needs to be on quality of content, not volume. As a result, in addition to delegating operational, marketing, and financial responsibilities to business segment senior executives, Iger wants to revisit distributing content across all channels, including legacy home entertainment. That's a big one, folks. Disney reported a Q1 operating loss of $212 million on revenue of $2.46 billion in its content sales, licensing, and other segment, in part due to a death of home entertainment releases. The decrease in home entertainment results were due to lower unit sales of new release titles, reflecting fewer releases and catalog titles. Iger believes the push towards streaming theatrical titles undermined the licensing and retail businesses. Home video, at one point, as we called it, was extremely lucrative for our company. We're looking at all of that again. The CEO believes content can coexist on traditional distribution platforms and streaming without damaging either due to a differing platform differences. It's already clear to us that the content exclusivity that we felt would be so valuable in growing subscribers was not as valuable as we thought. While eventually everything will migrate to streaming, we're just not there yet. Ooh, indeed we're not. But we may get there eventually. But until then, well, until that moment happens to arise, I guess home entertainment is still part of the deal. And I like hearing that. Oh, indeed I do, baby. Oh, yes. We ain't going nowhere, baby. Oh, indeed, man. Okay, so let me break this down for a second, right? Now, a while back, long while back, basically Disney was like, look, we are not going to explore physical media releases. We're just not going to do it. Yes, for the newer stuff coming out, sure, absolutely fine, whatever. But as far as our library is concerned, as far as things exclusively on Disney Plus is concerned, yeah, we're not having any of that shit, man. And it really frustrated a lot of people. And a lot of people out there, certain people on Facebook, basically took advantage of it. They are making bootlegs like a motherfucker, and they are making money off of that shit because Disney just refused to put any of that stuff out. So, well, somebody's got to make a buck. So if it ain't Disney, it's somebody else. You know what I'm saying? And so now Bob Chapek is out. Bob Iger is back in, and nobody really knew what that meant necessarily. They knew that there was a lot of losses at Disney, that executives weren't happy, the board wasn't happy. We knew all of that. We didn't know how far the rabbit hole went down necessarily. Now we know. And Bob Iger is back to basically fix it all, man, and try to stabilize it. And he even recognizes the fact that streaming is not perfect. Now, look, I have told you guys, God knows how many times, that streaming is too big to fail. And I still stand by that, 110%. I will not waver from that. But I think what a lot of these companies are finding out, and it's the Disneys, it's the Hulus, it's the Warner Discoveries, it's the Netflixes, and I could go on and on, man. What these companies are realizing now is that streaming is not the be-all, end-all. And what they realize now is the fact that you can reach the levels that you want to reach at a certain point, but once you do that, there's only one place to go. And that's going down, man. And physical media even realized this, dude. Look, we were in the heyday, one point, the era of home video and physical media, and it looked like it was so big, it was never going to fail, man. It was never going to go down. The good times are going to last forever. And then suddenly things started to shift and change, and entertainment and digital, and things weren't as tough to get a hold of as it once was. Digital opened up this whole idea of convenience, and more people decided, why do I own all of these movies on these shelves? Why am it taking up so much space when I could just have it on a platform, a digital thing, a file, and be done with it? Now, I don't agree with it. I know you don't agree with it, but a lot of people felt that way. And the sales dipped and went down and down and down and more, man, okay? And so what was once the mighty fell mightily. And now the same thing is starting to happen to streaming, but in a much more quicker fashion. Because what really astounded me in this article was the fact that David Zaslav, who was the president of Warner Brothers, realized that on the Warner Brothers Discovery streaming platform, that 60% of the stuff that they put on that platform is not being watched. That's fucking crazy, dude. Think about that, man. Over half of the content that they're putting on that streaming platform is not being watched. Now, you could blame that on poor advertising. You could blame that on the algorithm and the fact that they don't really showcase certain things as long as they should, whatever. You could blame a lot of things, or you could blame the content itself. There's many ways to point the blame at whatever thing you want to, man. But the fact remains, 60% of that shit is not being watched, man. And, oh, by the way, Bob Iger sees that. And Bob Iger is like, oh my God, man. Like, yeah, we have a buffet of stuff on our streaming platform, man. My mother, I just got her Roku. She got rid of cable. I got her Roku, and she's watching a lot of stuff off of my streaming platforms, right? And so I showed her all the stuff on Disney. And I was showing her all the movies, all the old stuff, man, like the Apple Dumpling Gang and all the old stuff, man, from the 60s, 70s, you name it. And I'm looking at this content, and it hit me like a hammer. I'm like, how many people are watching this stuff? I mean, in all reality, let's be honest, man. I mean, how many people are really watching a lot of this content, man? I mean, if you're going on Disney Plus, you're looking for The Mandalorian, you're looking for the Star Wars shows, you're looking for the Marvel stuff, man. The occasional animated things for the kids, you name it. But a lot of the stuff is probably not being watched as you might think it is. And so, again, it goes to cost. A lot of these things that these companies put on these platforms, it costs them money to keep this stuff going over and over again. That's why in recent weeks you heard me talk about how some of these companies have taken some of these titles off of their platform. I don't like it. I don't subscribe to that theory of just taking it off and not having it accessible, but at the same time, it's a business thing. And so they're probably thinking, dude, we're just keeping this on and maybe 5 people a month are watching this shit. That isn't really something that we can justify the numbers for. And so Bob Iger sees that. He's not dumb to it. And he understands the fact that, look, we have a certain percentage of people that are coming to our platform for certain things. But we also have to fill the need for physical media, home entertainment releasing. And Bob Iger is smart enough to say, look, by the way, we can do both at the same time. We can walk and chew bubble gum here, man. We can do both things at once and make revenue at the same time. The people that are on Disney Plus are not necessarily the people that are buying physical media and vice versa. Sometimes, maybe they're the same thing. But we can cater to both of them at the same time. And I've been saying that for the longest fucking time. Man, Disney has the Disney Movie Club. They have a built-in company, a built-in division right there in front of them that they could release seasons of The Mandalorian. They could release the Star Wars show. They could release the Marvel stuff in this beautiful editions where people would have to subscribe to the Disney Movie Club in order to get them. You have it at your disposal. Why haven't you taken advantage of it? And Bob Iger is finally starting to see the light of day. Thank the fucking Lord, man. I've been saying the same thing with Netflix. You could create your own in-house physical media department where you can release this stuff exclusively, certain editions, and people would flock to it. I would flock to that shit, man. And finally, at least one of them is seeing the benefits of it. Because you can't just rely on streaming anymore, and you can't just rely on physical media. You need to involve it all at the end of the day, man. You need to put it all together. Because if you don't, you're missing out on revenue. Because Bob Iger sees the potential of the earnings. He sees that, yes, physical media is niche. It's not as popular as it once was, but he sees that the niche can have its benefits. And the idea that you could put out a really interesting collector edition, jazz it up in a really great way, great packaging, artwork, sell it for a good amount of money, and make it back. That's the thing about it, man. Because look, whether you like some of these companies and what they're doing, Synapse, Vinegar Syndrome, Severin, Second Sight, 88 Films, Scream Factory, Criterion, whatever, man, these companies are basically banking on you, the collector, and your obsession with collector edition. Ooh, gorgeous slipcovers and the artwork, and oh my god, I get stickers and a booklet, and they are depending on you craving that stuff, man. That's what they're depending on. I don't always go for it. I don't always agree with it. I don't always like it, but I have to appreciate it, and these companies are making bank because of it. And Bob Iger sees that. Bob Iger isn't dumb. He's not stupid. Do you think he got where he is today by being a fucking dumbass? I guarantee you he did not. He's smart, and he sees it. You have to think that Disney has access to those numbers, man. I mean, my God, he probably sees the type of money that Vinegar Syndrome is making and these boutique labels are making, and he thinks to himself, dude, why aren't we in that game? Why aren't we licensing our stuff out, distributing stuff like this? Why aren't we doing that, man? And by the way, Disney has such the catalog, man. I mean, not only do they have all the old school Disney stuff, but they acquired 20th Century Fox. They have all of that catalog as well, and so much more. I mean, you could make bank licensing it to a lot of these companies, man, that are going to maybe do a great edition or maybe not, but Disney already has the money in their pocket. So whatever they do with it, the companies, that's on them. We've already made bank. There's so much opportunity here, man, and Bob Iger sees it. He sees it. He's laser focused on it. And I'm so glad to see that, man, because I've been trying to tell you guys that physical media is important. And yes, physical media is dying, but we're not even close to being absolutely dead yet. And when I see statements like this from the CEO of Disney, it gives me hope, man, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. There is the fact that these companies are seeing the fact that physical media, maybe not as mighty as it once was, is still pretty damn profitable. And if you do a great edition out there with all the bells and whistles, you will get the audience. You will do it, man. He sees it. He knows it. And he's banking on it big time. And so, say what you will about, Disney doing these 100 editions and the slipcovers, and I don't agree with it. As I talked to you about it early on in the video, it's not my jam necessarily. And just putting a unique slipcover on it doesn't exactly make it, worth upgrading the price to $25, $30, man. But it's the collector mentality. It's the collector market. And Bob Iger is starting to see it. And hey, at least somebody is finally listening to us physical media lovers. Late, but better late than never. I mean, look, man, I think this is great news. I think this is amazing news, man. And it's one that if you are a physical media lover, you have to champion, because whether you like it or not, Disney is a huge powerhouse within the entertainment industry, man. With children's entertainment and animation and Marvel and Star Wars. I mean, they are a huge enterprise. And if Disney came out and said, we are done with physical media, man, that is a crushing blow to the industry. And it might be the death knell. But because Bob Iger basically secured the position by saying, look, we are going to reinvest in home entertainment. We're going to look at this as another cash cow for us to make money. It solidifies physical media yet again, and that cannot be understated. It cannot be, man. It's a huge win for physical media, however way you slice it. The only thing I will say, the only caveat I will put on this is the fact that yes, it's great that Bob Iger ended up saying this. The CEO of Disney saying this is huge. It's monumental. But Bob Iger is not sticking around. Bob Iger maybe has 2 years worth of being the CEO of Disney. Maybe a little bit longer if they extend his contract. Maybe. But he's not sticking around forever, man. Basically, he was in retirement mode and he came out of retirement mode to save Disney's ass, okay? There is no guarantee that the next person that's going to succeed Bob Iger is going to be on the same page as Bob Iger. Look at Bob Chapek. Bob Chapek succeeded Bob Iger, and we all thought, well, it's going to be more of the same. Why wouldn't it be? If it's succeeding and if it's successful, if it ain't broke, why fix it? But that wasn't the case. Bob Chapek changed a whole lot of shit around. He wanted to do more and sacrifice quality over content. That's what he wanted to do, man. And it suffered because of it. Bob Iger even said it, man. We did way too much. We threw too much at people's faces. And we lost the quality because of it. Less is more. And we're going to focus on that and the home entertainment and all the ways that we can make revenue again and make it better. I appreciate that. But the next person might not be that way. The next person might be more of a Bob Chapek than a Bob Iger. What I'm hoping for is that whoever Bob Iger picks, whatever the board of Disney picks, hopefully they are like a Bob Iger. Hopefully they are the same, cut from the same cloth, and will have the same mentality. Because what Bob Iger says today might not be the same thing that's said in 2 or 3 years' time. And you have to understand this. With distribution deals and making these collector's editions and all these decisions that these people have to make, we don't see the result of that for another maybe year or two at best. And so you got to remember that this is all well and good now, but is it going to last forever? I'd like to hope it does, because this is a huge win for all of us physical media fans out there. But I'm always a realist. I don't always end up wanting to be the Debbie Downer at the end of the day, but I gotta be honest with you guys and say that nothing truly great ever lasts forever. So take this as a win for now, cautiously optimistic, and we'll see where it goes next, man. What do you think about this? Do you think that this is a really great step forward for physical media collectors, for Disney, that everything is heading in the right direction? Or is it the wrong move to make, man? I mean, is it too late now? You know, we should have been doing this years ago, and we missed out on the opportunities. Let me know, guys. I am dying to find out what you think about this. But I hope you enjoyed the video. If you did, definitely give it this thumbs up. If you're new to the channel, welcome. Check out the other Blu-ray and DVD out and about videos that I do. Movie reviews with my friends, pickup videos, movie hunting, live streams, all of the older content and newer content that is slowly but surely coming your way sooner rather than later. If you love all of that, definitely hit subscribe and become part of the Film Fan Nation. I want to thank my really great subscribers out there. You guys are amazing and awesome, and you really support me in the biggest, baddest way. Watch all of the video, and Lord knows, man, I make some long fucking videos, dude. But I really appreciate the love and the support, and it really energizes me to continue doing what I do, man, and I really appreciate it in a big bad way. Thank you so much. Also, keep up to date with everything I'm doing through Instagram and Facebook. FilmFan108, keep up to date with everything I'm doing, plus special pictures and videos I do from time to time on social media as well. Also, if you want to send the channel any movie-related goodness, you can do that. The P.O. Box is in the description below. It is not expected, but it's definitely appreciated. You guys have went on your way to send some amazing things, man, and some great physical media editions, stuff I never thought I'd ever get. And yeah, it's been a while since I've gotten something, but that's okay. It's all good, man. We live in tough times, but if you ever want to send something, the P.O. Box is there, baby. Description below. Can't wait to see what I get next. Hope it'll be good, baby. Hope it will indeed. But I guess that is it for the video. Oh, man. Some great physical media love this week and more hopefully ahead. Take care, everybody. And remember, happy hunting.